Morning is December 5th, 2023, 6:01 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 9:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Early bird gets the worm. Good morning, Stephen Arrow. Early bird gets the worm. Let's get this sucker started. We're gonna have a interesting day. Interesting day. It's a new day. It's a new dawn. We're awake to see it. This is Surviving AI with JTB. That's me. And let's listen to some music and get warmed up a little bit. Good morning, Mary Poppins, Bravado Mike, Steven. It's going to be a good morning. Had a great time with my son last night. Had a great time with myself yesterday, enjoying music and relaxing. Feeling optimistic about fighting the powers that be today. Let's see. Let's go get some shit done.
gladly pay you by the hour for a minute or so, so you can sign off on the towers where they'll piss on your home. And if you feel like you're just powerless to answer them no, it's 'cause you are. They'll gladly pay you by the hour for a minute or so, so you can sign off on the towers where they'll piss on your home. And if you feel like you're just powerless to answer them no, it's 'cause you are. It's 'cause you are. They'll gladly stagnate a living wage, snap the chains, bury it. Labor slaves in rusty cages dragged behind a chariot, led by Mr. Racial Jungle, Joseph or Iscariot, fighting over scraps as they barrage us all with variants and BuzzFeed clickbait, straight until we're paralyzed, trying to distract us from the concentration camps that Joe had swore he'd close but only chose to amplify, where they got 50-something kids in cages made for 5 to occupy. And no, she hasn't seen the camps, but Harris swears they're paradise. She tells us the facilities are safe, and that right down to the women, they are regularly sterilized. Then she throws her head back and she proceeds to laugh, that sort of heartless cackle you'd expect from someone working steadfastly on behalf of the virus and a Congress full of parasites. And where was I? I was busy cashing every blue check, demonstrating plainly all the narratives expected from the verified. I was busy breeding verbal leeches by the terabyte, train them to exsanguinate the wealthy while they sleep at night, bleed the oil barons dry and barren, say they showed us how to share and now we share alike. Tell them I contracted rabies from a feral mic. Now I'm just another species losing sleep to noise pollution and these glaring lights, forced to change its habits and adapt to just survive. But now it's safe to say that some of us are thriving in the moment, throwing shit on presidential homes beneath the Paris skies. So if you feel like you're just powerless, I guess you bought the lie. But I can tell they're petrified of our collective might, 'cause I can hear those gentrifiers weeping at the sight of our collective rights. And I only can imagine the intensifying fear of knowing revolution's near, and all that's left to do is simply wallow in the thick anticipation of a rabid bite. And baby, one day you can ask your leaders just what that was like before you grab a slice. So if you think you're powerless, allow me now to change your mind. Honey, if you think you're powerless, allow me now to change your mind. See, they'll pay you hourly, tax them each apart, and build a shining tower out of loopholes and cards, and tell you that you're powerless to keep you in the dark, because you aren't. Because we aren't. You see, they'll pay you hourly, tax them each apart, and make you build a shining tower out of loopholes and cards, where they'll tell you that you're powerless to keep you in the dark, because you aren't. Because we aren't.
That's pretty awesome. I'm on mute. Less of me is good. So either one of two things is going to happen here. Either these companies are going to go belly up, DoorDash, Uber, Lyft, everything. The fraud is being exposed to an extent now that's just unsustainable. And or the other opposite is if they're not put down, then then we all will know around the world that the government is so involved in propping up this app slavery that the government has to go. It's probably or both. It's probably both. The government has to go, and the app slavery has to go. The gig apps have to go. There is no excuse. There's no justification ever for putting somebody's employment into AI on a smartphone. If somebody puts anything regarding money into an app on a smartphone, you know they're cheating you. How do you know they're cheating you? Because it's in an app on a smartphone. Because that's not transparency. Anything through an app on a smartphone, on a slave phone, is cheating you. See how that works? It's very simple. See, you're going to learn a whole new series of survival techniques, if you will, for the new age. This is survival. This is human survival in the new age. Excuse me, I'm going to cough. That was lovely. So, we're all going to be learning now survival techniques in the new age, and one of those survival techniques is as I told you in the book, is never trust artificial intelligence with anything. Don't trust it with anything. Maybe to sweep your floor. Maybe you can trust your what do you call it, robo the robo swiffer or whatever. You can trust that thing to sweep your floor. Never ever trust AI or your smartphone for anything that matters. Because if you do, it's at your own peril. If you do, you're doing it with a foolishness of a rube, of a victim. Because if you have not figured this out yet, everything, literally everything in our economy right now is a Ponzi scheme, and you're on the losing side. Not most things, everything. Right? So now they're going to pretend that there's no unemployment and that all this stuff isn't happening. I mean, they're closing postal services, they're closing things all over the place. Then the newspapers go, well, but unemployment looks good, because they don't even count us on the unemployment rolls anymore. Isn't that beautiful how we disappear off the unemployment rolls and then poof, we're gone, but we can still be working as app slaves? That's called disappearing people. That's how you manipulate a genocide. That's how you start a genocide. Is you filter them right out of the public rolls. You filter them right out of the public rolls. And hey, if you really want to fuck them over, give them their own banking resources, their own non-viable financial resources to fleece them, and just get them stuck in hell. They don't even know what's going on. They have just no idea what's going on, and you can just exploit them over and over and over to death. You could do that if you're just a scumbag, which is much of what we've got left of humanity, quite frankly. Check this out. This is an eye opener. Hmm. Where was it? Oh yeah, I know where it is. Yeah, it's a dumb phone. It's a dumb phone. It's more than a dumb phone. It's a prison phone. It's slave phone. Grand Theft Human. We're playing Grand Theft Human now. That's the game that we're in. So anyway, yeah. So I dumped the name Dad Dash, and also because that asking for slutty catfish character, he's long gone. He barked up so many wrong trees, and nobody gives a fuck what that douche says anymore. So he's gone, and there's no need to waste any time on people that don't matter, like traitors to the human race, uh, like that guy. and liars. But we also have to be very diligent about calling out the liars. We don't have to be nice to them anymore. We don't have to entertain their delusions. We don't have to do anything. We don't owe these fuckers anything. All we got to do is call them out as liars and say, you're full of fucking shit. Get the fuck out of here. We're tired of your act. Just like, with the Pedro and the rage porn and everything, just go like, fuck you, Pedro. We don't care about your content anymore. It's dog shit. Stop it. Because it's dog shit. It's dog shit. Check this out. This is our buddy Eliezer Yudkowsky, who we watched. He wrote, reply to Kamala Harris on existential risk, CW volume increase. So the existential risk to humanity means the risk of humanity ending, the risk of it ending the human race. Now, Kamala Harris is real stupid.
There's a lot of discussion on AI that is about existential risks, and those are real, but one should also ask existential to whom?
Everyone!
Existential to whom? Okay, sure, Kamala. Yeah, maybe Kamala thinks she's going to be under the White House. Kamala, the first prosecutor or the prosecutor, she's going to live under the White House while the rest of the world is gone.
There's a lot of discussion on AI that is about existential risks, and those are real, but one should also ask existential to whom?
Everyone!
So here's the thing. When what you got is leaders as stupid as Kamala Harris, when what you got is leaders, we should always all be following Eliezer Yudkowsky here. We should all be following Eliezer Yudkowsky here. I'm going to give you the link. When you've got people as stupid as Kamala Harris in charge, nobody's leading. There's no leadership. There's no leadership in AI. The government's not going to save you from this predatory dog shit that's being foisted at you every day by traitors to the human race like Pedro, like Zach, like Kim, like the rideshare guy, Harry Campbell. Oh, interesting. So this is Eliezer's first video that he put up, I guess, to respond to the stupidity of first prosecutor or whatever they called that person. One of those people in charge of nothing and of nobody and who knows nothing. Got a whole bunch of fucking know nothings. We got a whole bunch of this is the beauty of our nation now, is that we're literally we're led by a bunch of know nothings. Bunch of know nothings. Know nothings and do nothings is who we're led by. And that's why it's so easy for social media people just to rise because of their popularity, their hair, their looks, their timing, their charisma, their dancing ability, their sellout ability, whoever knows. But it's so easy because it's all false. Everybody knows Pedro is a false leader, right? He's a fake leader. He's a con man. Yet he lasts for years in this space, and nobody's going to do anything about it because the people that he's predating upon are even below those of us who have learned to live in the sewer. Those are the new entrants, and so those are just the new human sacrifices for DoorDash. But of course, as the prosecutor so stupidly ignored, we're all on the same planet here. An existential threat to humanity means all of us, the people who are middle class, the people who are wealthy, and the people who are super wealthy who literally think they own the world and can use us as their human toilet paper, just wipe their ass with us and flush us at will because we are disposable to them. Well, I don't feel like being disposable, so that's not going to work for me. But you should know how stupid our leaders are and how out of touch they are with anything that could potentially help you now or in the future. They're not here to help you. They never will be. They don't even understand your problems. They don't understand anything about you, including the fact that you exist whatsoever, which will make it very, very easy for them to deny your genocide. That's the plan. Shitty plan for you, plan a record for them. They don't even hide it. They don't hide it. They just think you're too stupid to figure it out. And even if you do figure it out, they think that that we're all too weak and stupid to band together and do anything about it. I think they're wrong. I think they're miscalculating. I think they are miscalculating. But we'll find out. We'll find out. I have a lot of faith in you. I have a lot of faith in the people to save us. It's not going to be me for sure. It's not going to be leaders or anybody else or writers that save us. It's going to be the people, every single one of you individually. That's the beauty of this, of the technology that we have, is the way that it empowers you is also the way that it enslaved you. It enslaved you by isolating you in the illusion of the corporate world. But now all you have to do to escape the illusion of the corporate world almost in totality is just to isolate them, to understand that this is a slave phone, and if you're cancel and if you are carrying your slave phone, then you are a slave. And so probably all our technology should go into security for our slave phone so that apps can't predate upon us and look at other apps. We should have very, very few apps, probably none, because apps are really a hack into your slave phone, which is what DoorDash and Uber and Lyft and everything, they're hacking your smartphone, right? They're hacking your brain, they're hacking your smartphone. This is gram theft human, and you're falling for it, is what's going on here. And so think of this. People always go, "Well, how is it going to kill us?" Well, it's killing us already. It's killing us in so many ways we don't even know. It's denying you health care. Right now, they're replacing all the doctors that would have served you with AI. They're replacing the health insurance that should have taken care of you with AI. And so now health insurance is going to deny you and has been doing that for years. You haven't been able to get jobs. You don't even exist. If the new world is being created for AI to read and take and to for AI to interpret the output of other AI. It's going to be computers talking to each other. We don't need you anymore. Well, but there's no reason for you to have a resume, because what would you put on it? AI will write you a resume. It'll be like another useless human. And he did all these things that we don't have to do anymore. This is, yeah, they're talking Chat GPT. The capabilities, depending upon how people want to use it, will be able to replace mass swaths of white collar workers. Now they can replace us with robotics, with self-driving cars, with a million different ways. And of course, we're setting up their business to do that, which is why we have to destroy them. So the real evil players here, the predators of the world, the Enrons, the FTX, the Madoff scams, the subprime housing crisis, all that, the crisis right now of gig apps, these guys are going down. Okay. There is no possible way for the broad understanding of fraud that is here today in the app slavery and application process. There's no way to put that genie back in the bottle. So now the only people that are going to be enslaved and defrauded by this tool are going to be more informed about what they're doing. Some people are going to refuse to do that altogether, would be a guess, especially since they make less money using this tool than they ever made not using this tool. This is a tool of slavery. This is a tool that has taken your income and cut it year after year after year. This tool, it's fun. You can take good pictures. It takes real good pictures, real nice pictures, and plays lots of music. Got that. But every single app on this thing is a hack into your finances, into your life, into your brain. And the reason they put it in an app, the reason they put it into an app, the reason the app exists is to isolate you from the greater environment and to make a simpler transactional relationship with you that doesn't include the totality of the world. So it's very streamlined, but it's very streamlined to exploit you. You see, it's just a pipeline into you. It's a pipeline into consumerism. It's a pipeline into slavery. People have to know what this is. You see what this is? You know why they want to give these things to homeless people? Because you can't make homeless people work unless you give them a slave phone. You can't make homeless people work unless you give them a slave phone. So they're going to give everybody free slave phones. I mean, how obvious is this? How obvious do you need it to be that the government uh, allowed private corporations, privately held and publicly held corporations, to come in and literally enslave the globe from Silicon Valley? You come on now. Their highest paid people, the highest paid people, are writing their legal briefs. The chief the chief legal counsel for DoorDash made almost $20 million last year. What do you think they make all that money for? Because this is high level government intrigue, man. This is big time. This is where the big time lobbying billions and millions and billions go. These people are selling out the human race. Most certainly you. Every single person on a gig app, your government knows that you are being enslaved and defrauded. Every single person on a gig app, your government knows you're being enslaved and defrauded for a fact, and they haven't done anything about it yet. 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 But they're gonna. And they're talking about taxation, right? All of the labor laundering, years of labor laundering of taxation from these gig apps. And again, the only reason they're locked on this thing, their only reason they're locked on this thing is that if they were transparent, the scam wouldn't work. This is an illusion machine. This is a filter. This is a little filter. This is a little game system. They told you this was a phone. No, this is a little gaming system, and you're the game. This is a little gaming system for a virtual world, and you now work in a virtual world. They didn't even get your informed consent. That's not okay. So here's what I'm telling you. The gig app game is over. Look at the news I'm going to show you today. It's over. It's all over but the shouting. So this is revolution time. Over these holidays, over the next month or two, you're going to literally see a revolution happening, and you're going to see an explosion against these gig app companies because the jig's up. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. And so what you're seeing is content creators. Uh, Sarah Elizabeth came on and somebody said, "You haven't done a video." And she said, "Well, I've been dealing with seasonal depression." And I'm sorry that Sarah's been dealing with seasonal depression. I'm glad Sarah Elizabeth is back on and feeling better. But let's be honest, Sarah Elizabeth, there's nothing to talk about in the gig economy anymore, Sarah Elizabeth. Sarah Elizabeth needs to wake up and understand that she's just dealing with AI, and no matter how much she smiles or how much charisma she has, she's just dealing with dog shit, fraudulent applications. See, that's the thing. Every single one of these gig tubers pretending they're doing something real, they're not. They're showing you that they're playing Grand Theft Human. They're playing Grand Theft Human, and you get to watch them. Yep, yep, yep. So I mean, this is the thermometer on humanity. This is how you're smart enough to figure out you're being set up for genocide before it happens. When they deny your existence, when they don't protect you. So they're denying your existence in the labor force. They don't protect you. They've allowed you to be defrauded for years on end. They've allowed AI to come in and take away your health care. They've allowed AI to come in and take away your job opportunities or even the opportunity to search for a job. They've allowed AI to come in and take away your housing. They haven't even told you the number of ways that AI is manipulating your life now. And see, here's the problem. Again, I want you to understand this. An app on a phone has great limitations. An app on a phone is a limited subset of technology that is in a little closed loop here with any given fraudster that can put an app on your phone. And so if you imagine the fraud at the level of the global app slavery cartel of Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, and the other predators of the global gig app grift, imagine the literally the billions and trillions of dollars that are being filtered through app slavery through this device, all without human consent. Right now, your leaders consented to sell you out and make you an app slave, but you didn't consent. So this thing is poison. Every app you have on your phone is a security risk to you. And if you have banking information on your phone, you have all this. The gig apps know, the AI knows everything that's going on. There is no way for a human to succeed beyond what the AI allows in the game. This is what Major keeps telling people from Major Deliveries. Right? I think his actual name is Dustin, I believe. This is what he keeps telling you. This is not real. This is a false environment. It's all colluded together. It's all wrapped up with your insurance, with the different companies, with the mapping companies, with the GPS, with your cell phone. He is saying that Google Maps is the AI. Well, no, the AI is your device. The AI is the overall system of your iPhone and your Android. These entire systems are an artificial intelligence system that is reporting everything about you every second of the day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And so now the corporate world is literally in your head. The corporate world literally lives in your head. So what's the good news? The good news is you can kick them out. If they can enslave you through this device, you can unenslave yourself through that device. That's a miracle right there. That is truly a miracle, and we do have a miracle here on our hands for our survival. We have the miracle of human independence and community for our survival, and it's a fucking miracle because you guys can save us. You can save us just by knowing the truth. Just by knowing the truth of what this is, you start to spread this out because we weren't told. Right? You're walked in. This is the frog in boiling water, right? We're sitting in the nice, comfy water, and the water's fine, and then it gets hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter until, now you got big fucking problems. We got big fucking problems. Even though there is no more need to play games with spanking bad little boys named Steven, we're still going to sing this song because I fucking like it. It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Would you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you. So let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be a neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please, won't you be a neighbor? Good morning, neighbors. Glad to have you here. Glad to have you here at the apocalypse and the death of the global gig economy grift. That's going to be a wonderful thing to see. It's going to be a wondrous time over the next couple months as we watch the gig economy flail and fail and crash because of the fraud, the unrestrained fraud that they've been perpetrating for so many years now. And look, we could also see the global economic collapse at the same time, or the U.S. Economic collapse at the same time. So there's a lot of factors going on here. But one thing is for sure, the jig's up. Everybody knows Uber's a fraud. Everybody knows DoorDash is a fraud, and that is the beginning of the end. Because once consumers keep hearing this in the news all the time, that it's bad for the app slaves. They don't really care about us, but there's a preponderance of evidence that will come out after a while that it's bad for the app slaves. Again, they don't care about us. That's not the concern, but the consumers are going to learn that it's fraud. Consumers are going to learn a lot of things about the AI and the way that, because remember, if they're defrauding us, they're defrauding every single level of government all over the world as well. Because if they're defrauding the labor, then they're defrauding taxation. They're exploiting local economies. It's they're illegal monopolies. This is organized crime at a global level. I've been saying it from the start. It's just naked. It's just naked fraud and organized crime. Now, of course, there are people so stupid or craven like Pedro DoorDash Santos, member of the George Santos family. Pedro, I don't know if you know that Pedro DoorDash Santos and George Santos are actually related. Uh, I think they're cousins, is what I heard. Anyway, the jig's up, man. The jig's up. So this is from our friend Indy. He sent this to me. A guy named Hamilton Nolan, who I just subscribed yesterday. I didn't know this person, but they're on Substack, and they wrote a piece yesterday that said this. Our friend Indy, who does the show with Jesse Jett, sent this up to me. And here's the thing: like, I don't have the ability to find all the amazing shit that I get all the time. I just have friends all over the place and in different media organizations and everything else that just send me all the best stories. Uh, so I mean, just like you guys do, you guys can send me stuff anytime. You're my eyes and ears. I'm one fucking guy. I'm one fucking tired old man. I don't do this shit by myself. I got lots of good sources. So here's what it says. Wage setting algorithms are an abomination on the basic right to know what you're getting paid. End quote. On Substack. Well, there you go. I mean, you just read the title. What do intelligent, educated people know? They know that wage setting algorithms are an abomination. The abomination's a strong word. Abomination's a real strong word to use. Let's read a little bit more from what this gentleman, Hamilton Nolan. Maybe we'll have Hamilton Nolan on the show. I'll get to know Hamilton Nolan, see if he wants to come on the show. If you're reading this, I am going to assume you are already familiar with the ravages of the con job that is the quote gig economy, end quote. Parentheses, in brief, the quote gig economy, end quote, is a simple mechanism of eradicating full-time jobs, erasing to the greatest extent possible the existence of the employer-employee relationship, and the rights and protections and benefits it confers on workers, and getting the same amount of work at a cheaper cost, and funneling the money that would have gone to workers to investors instead. No need to rehash every last awful thing Uber has ever done here. Period. End quote. So look, it's a foregone. You see what I'm saying here? It's a foregone conclusion that Uber is a fucking global con. There ain't nothing to fix. There's nothing to fix. You can't fix a global con of black box AI. Like the first thing we learned from our friend at the University of Louisville, um, is that there's a dual impossibility scenario with AI, with black box AI. Nobody can understand it. Nobody can explain it. So nobody can even explain to you the number of different ways that you're being exploited by the gig apps, that they're collaborating together, that the data in your phone from Grubhub or Uber or Lyft or DoorDash, that's all commingling with all the other data on your phone, your banking and your communications, and the times that you're active and the times that you're not active, and when you're driving and when you're not driving, and your location and your not location. Everything is working together on this. This is the thing. This thing that they made you want to love, that they made you want to get in stylish colors with stylish cases and Julie butterflies and things on it. That's your slave. That's your slave tool for the future. But it's a real bad future. So it's like it's fun for solitaire, I suppose, but it's real bad as an employer. Tragically bad as an employer. Now remember what we got uh, for our thumbnail the other day and today is that IBM picture. It's right here. A computer can never be held accountable. Therefore, a computer must never make a management decision. Okay, so we knew this in 1970. So the management decisions that are being made on your life by a computer, not on Elon Musk's life, not on uh, Sam Altman's life, not on Tony Shu's life, yours. Remember, none of these rich people would ever submit themselves to what you're doing, which is to be mastered by artificial intelligence. A computer can never be held accountable. Therefore, a computer must never make a management decision. Well, yeah, but computers are making the decisions to hire you and fire you. Computers are making the decision uh, about your resume, whether it even moves through a hiring process. Computers are making the decision about whether your medical claims from a real doctor or an AI doctor, which is what you're going to get in the future, is an AI doctor. You're not even worthy of a human doctor. They're going to tell you it's good service, though. It's good service. You're going to get your prescription for your antidepressants just out like fucking that, because you're going to need them fucking antidepressants like a motherfucker. Uh, so uh, your insurance, that's AI. Your auto insurance, they're tracking every move that you make. They're going to make sure that they never cover anything because everything's going to be fucking your fault. Remember, insurance companies don't steal your money to pay it back to you in claims. They steal your money to make a profit off of you. So they have to take a lot more in than they pay out. It's just another scam of the predatory capitalism, of the cannibalistic capitalism. Of course, your government could provide you insurance for life changing losses instead of having fake insurance companies providing you with fake insurance. But then that would take out a whole bunch of billionaires. There's a whole insurance industry that needs to be propped up to stand between you and actual healthcare and you and actual doctors. That's all based on AI. That's what all of this electronic medical records. It was all about getting you in the system so that they can provide you AI medical care. There's not enough doctors and hospitals for us. We learned that in the pandemic, right? We learned that in the pandemic shutdown, that if things had really gone as bad as some people thought they might go, we weren't going to have enough hospitals or ventilators or anything else. You've already been told. You were told back in the pandemic that this Titanic don't have enough lifeboats for you. There's a lot of lifeboats. You're what we call essential workers. So you got to sit there and you got to load all the rich people in the lifeboats, and you got to play the violin on the deck, and you got to just stay there and go down with the ship and die. There's not enough lifeboats for you. You're essential workers. If we got to keep you in the meat plants to keep the meat going, then we'll sign a presidential order to keep you in the meat plants to keep the meat going. And if you're dying while you're keeping the meat going, well, some people gotta die to keep the meat going. That's us. We're the meat packaging dying crew. That's our class. And don't think that the gig apps won't be sending you to be packing meat once it's too expensive to have you on the streets doing door trash or driving Uber slave vehicles or Lyft slave vehicles. I'm telling you, there is not a fucking you put a stake in the fucking ground and you tell everybody. JTB told me on December 5th at 6:58 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, the gig apps are fucking dead. You put a stake in the ground. Uber dead. DoorDash dead. Global scams, they have to die. I'm calling it. It's over. Remember, I told you the beginning of the DoorDash, the beginning of the end of DoorDash. This is the end of DoorDash over the next few months. December and January and February are going to be an absolute crash for DoorDash and Uber. And remember, this is the swing time. This is the swing time right now between the self-driving cars and all the robotics and everything else that they want to roll out to replace you. They don't have all that ready yet. They'll have that ready next year. So the cage door is going to close, right? The cage door is going to close. You're a human chicken in a human chicken factory. And the cage door will close, and then you got no more shot. But we now know our tools, right? We now know the tools of our slavery, and they're the apps. They're the apps on your phone. You could even have a phone. It just can't have apps on it. Apps are evil. Apps are a scam. App scam. Apps are a scam. They made an entire industry out of apps that are a scam on you. Isn't that amazing? Of course it is. This was the opportunity for every advertiser to get right into your pocket. Every advertiser, and this is why they make numbskull little kids social media stars. Because anybody with a pretty face or a dancing ability or who can sing can be a millionaire, and everybody else gets to watch them and starve to death. That's the joy of social media. Starve to death while you're watching other people live their best lives.
It'll have a grip on us, and the way I define the grip is it's like it's going to cage us, humans in the human chicken factory. 7 years from now, the cage will recognize that we're in the cage, but the door will still be open. We can get out of the cage. Fall of 2024, we're in the cage, the door's open. The factory farm hasn't quite figured out how to contain us entirely. Right. It'll have a grip on
it. Humans in the human chicken factory. He said 2024. That's less than a month away. Now, I think we're ahead of where we were when where he thought we would be when he made this 7 years ago. So I'd say we're advanced beyond what Josh's predictions were. Poor people are not as valuable as rich people. Sam, you need to fuck off with that stuff. I'm putting you in timeout. Stop being stupid, Sam. We're not going to tolerate stupidity around here. Go be stupid somewhere else. If you're going to be that stupid. We don't do anti-humanity here. No, it's my fucking show. We're not doing anti-humanity.
It's exactly the other way around.
If you had come up with a new medicine, you said this cures cancer, it's awesome, you can't just go sell it in the supermarket.
The Monk debate focused on AI safety, and it was absolutely extraordinary.
Claiming that AI is an existential threat is itself harmful. It misleads people about the current state and likely future of AI.
I've been excited to put together this show for some time now. It's spicy. Apologize, I'm going to be cursing more in this show than I normally would.
Such sensationalist claims deflect attention from real immediate risks.
One set of emotions that we can hardwire into them is subservience.
The most flamboyantly obnoxious, cavalier, shit on my leg and tell me it's raining, I'm going to cheer as the world ends, risk means nothing to me, fuck your kid's future, lunatic, is the director of AI research at Meta. His name is Yann LeCun.
Of course, if it's not safe, we're not going to build it, right? I mean, will you build a bomb that just blows up randomly? No, right?
If it's not safe, we're not going to build it. What a total load of shit. How the fuck would you know if it's not safe until it's too late to stop it? That's the whole fundamental fucking problem with this situation.
Ever be held accountable. That is why they gave us AI to run the DoorDash scam and the Uber scam and the Lyft scam and the Grubhub scam and all the other app scams, because they believe they can run a financial fraudulent game on the entire planet Earth. I'm not joking. The whole fucking thing, this entire thing is an AI pyramid scheme. And then basically deny accountability because there's nobody that can audit a black box AI system. And so at the end of the day, they're going to get all these executives and lawyers and everybody in a room, and they're going to go, we don't know how it works. We can't tell you how it works. It just works. It's just AI. It's a very complex system. We can't give you any data. We can't tell you any of these things. We don't know any of these people. We don't have any employees. We have a third-party contractor that works with all of our field operations. We don't know any of these people. We don't have any employees. We just employ robots, or we'll just shut down now. We'll just shut down the companies, whatever. But see, they got plausible deniability that the executives and all these White House and global finance level people didn't actually commit any crimes, because they'll just blame it on AI. They'll just blame AI for ruining the world, just like United Healthcare has had faulty AI misprocessing claims since 2019 and killing people. It doesn't matter. As long as they don't go to jail, they don't care. Just the cost of doing business. Us dying is the cost of doing business. AI has been in a congressional hearing. This is how stupid. This is how stupid people in congressional hearings are. Here you go. We have Eliezer made a video for us.
And those are real, but one should also ask, existential to whom?
Everyone!
There's a lot of discussion on AI that is about existential risks, and those are real, but one should also ask, existential to whom?
Everyone!
There's a lot of discussion on AI that is about existential risks, and those are real, but one should also ask, existential to whom?
Everyone!
They didn't sell you out so they could come back and save you fucking later. Yeah, you're untimed out, Sam. Don't fucking Sam. In my chat, everybody's fucking equal. And if you want to be a fascist, I'm just gonna kick you out. And if you think people aren't equal, everyone isn't equal, and everyone isn't due fairness here, then you need a timeout for a chalky baba or something. We love you, Sam, but sometimes you got your bonehead takes. So here, let's read the full article from our friend Hamilton Nolan. I don't know Hamilton, but I did subscribe yesterday, and I shared this nice article that he did. And so that he entitled this photo "No Labor Peace with a Black Box." Let's take a drink of coffee, and then I'll read this to you. Okay, everybody matters. Yeah, everybody matters. Everybody matters. We're all human beings. We're all individual consciousness. We can only be ourselves and individual in this present moment. Everything else is an illusion. And all of the work that you do, slaving 100 hours a week, is an illusion, Sam. That's a sad thing for you. But we're going to get to the article here. Excuse me. Let's put my glasses on. We'll just give us an extra advantage in getting this done. It's a big day for Uber. The company is about to be added to the S&P 500 index, and the stock price is rising as a result. Yeah, it's called pump and dump. It's called pump and dump. It is a mark of validation for a company that has long been dogged by accusations that it is a big scheme to benefit earlier investors by ripping off later dumber investors and destroying public transportation systems in the process. Yeah, that's called the pyramid scheme. Yeah. Now, many more of the dumb mid-lifespan institutional investors in this company will have a better shot at recovering their money. That's nice. The truth is, though, that the central elements of Uber's business model have already established themselves deeply in the corporate world. Let's take a look at one of those elements, the one that has, I think, the greatest potential for making the lives of working people worse permanently. If you are reading this, I'm going to assume you are already familiar with the ravages of the con job that is the gig economy. In brief, the gig economy is a simple mechanism of eradicating full-time jobs, erasing to the greatest extent possible the existence of the employer-employee relationship and the rights and protections and benefits it confers to workers, and getting the same amount of work at a cheaper cost, and funneling the money that would have once gone to workers to investors instead. No need to rehash every last awful thing Uber has ever done here. From a consumer's point of view, one of the things Uber has done is to train us all on the idea that the price of ride is not fixed, but instead fluctuates from moment to moment based upon a secret formula. Isn't that silliness? Isn't the silliness that we've been working in a game, Grand Theft Human, that fluctuates from moment to moment on some fucking black box AI rigged simulated marketplace? Ridiculous, fucking ridiculous. What we've allowed ourselves to sink to as humans. This isn't even work. This isn't job. This is just human. This is just app slavery. This is just total dipshittery working for AI. From a consumer's point of view, one of the things Uber has done is to train us all on the idea that the price of a ride is not fixed, but instead fluctuates from moment to moment based upon a secret formula. Prices of goods and services have always fluctuated based upon supply and demand. If the orange crop freezes, the price of OJ goes up, and if Old Navy orders too many hoodies, they go on sale. But the algorithmic pricing of Uber rides is much more sophisticated than this crude measure. The usual explanation for their system is, quote, surge pricing, end quote, which implies that when demand rises, the app raises prices, which attracts more drivers, thereby meeting demand in a system that works for everyone. But the truth is that the pricing algorithm is black box. The company can and will set the maximum possible price based on any factors it wants to, as we were all reminded when a report earlier this year showed that Uber charges more when your phone battery is lower. You getting that? You getting that? You getting how sophisticated? You guys think you know the ways that you're being exploited? Do you know you're being exploited upon you're based upon how charged your phone battery is? Come on now. Did you know that? Who knew that? Tell me if you knew that. If you knew, put a 1 in the chat if you knew you were being exploited based upon how charged your phone battery is. I know you're being exploited by your banking account activity. You're being exploited by your app slave activity. So multi-apping doesn't work because multi-apping is just another way to be more caught in the matrices of dog shit, fraudulent apps. It's a fucking fraud machine. This is a fraud machine. I'm telling you, every single app on your phone, you should be deleting it today. And you should be using any hours, those 100 hours a week that you've been using driving around, Sam, go find your own customers. Just go introduce yourself. If you go find customers for the number of hours per week, you go find your own delivery customers in your own community, not go for fucking McDonald's, go to independent places. If you can't find your own customers in your own community, once you turn off these things, if you use the same amount of determination to find your own rideshare customers, to find your own delivery customers, to set up your own courier business out of your car if you want to go find a real job, to protest our coming genocide, whatever you want to do, the amount of time that you're wasting on the gig apps right now is literally putting a stake in the heart of humanity. I know it's hard. I know what I'm telling you. It fucking sucks. But all these apps got to go. These apps got you solved. These things probably got to go. We probably need to have a non-fascist, non-global monopoly build some technology that's actually safe for the people, because this isn't it. This is a corporate slave machine. And Europe knows it too, right? Europe is having to back out because is Europe going to be a slave to American technology? I mean, all of a sudden, all of Europe, all over the world, except for China and America, who own the cloud space and all the computing space and all the tech monopolies, are going to run the entire world, which they are already. This thing's, we got way out ahead of ourselves. You know the saying, getting out ahead of your skis. Getting out of here. We got way out ahead of our skis. We're gonna fall on our fucking face. We're gonna fall on our fucking face, and it's gonna hurt real bad. All of our teeth are gonna get knocked out for the most part. Look, man, don't even worry about Trump. Any new president, any next president, whoever holds the office after the guy who's holding the office now, don't even matter. It doesn't matter, man. The corporations are running the government. This is just I don't pay any attention to any stupid election bullshit. There ain't no the election is like a fucking year away if it happens. Show me one day at a fucking time. Let's try and stick one day at a fucking time. Let's just see if we can be alive in a year. I wouldn't put money on me being alive in a year. That'd be a bad fucking bet. That'd be a bad fucking bet. This is going to get real bad, folks. And they're not going to all these corporate cabals, they're not going to like crashing to the ground and losing all their investments and everything either. This is going to be a fucking, this is going to be a bloodbath. This is going to be a bloodbath that's coming up. I mean, look, you build an entire system on corporate fraud. If they can't get the whole world to go with the fraud, if governments start standing up against these gig apps, they're done. That's always been their biggest risk for being in business, was any type of government regulation. And so far they've paid the government off, but that's because the people have been going along with it, right? We've been their willing victims. The question is, will people be their willing victims? Maybe, probably, maybe. We don't know. This is a real powerful tool, but the fact is, Grand Theft Human. The company can see and will set maximum possible price based on any factors it wants to, as we were all reminded when a report earlier this year said that Uber charges more when your phone battery is lower. Now, remember, that's just one parameter, and that's not the company, that's just AI. And Uber allegedly is going full AI and also going public. Like, Uber is going full monster. Uber's going full nutty, right? Self-driving cars, electric cars, all of these things. The entire future of what Uber wants to be doesn't include you. So you're going to let Uber have the monopoly on automated transportation and just like run? I don't know what we're all supposed to do for a living with all of our jobs. Are we just going to like walk around the street and wave to the Uber cars and the DoorDash cars that are driving by us, or wave to the robots? I don't have any idea what they think the people that they're leaving behind are going to do. I think they think that we're just supposed to die. Supply and demand are factors, yes, but they are more of a cover story than a full explanation. That's exactly right. When Pedro tells you it's the DoorDash season, Pedro ain't the fucking ain't an economist. Pedro's just an idiot. Pedro's begging you to use your red card because he's a DoorDash shill. We have no idea what the actual business patterns are for last mile delivery or rideshare, because that isn't shared with us. They control the supply and the demand for labor at all times. So when they control the supply and the demand, there's no signal. We don't know. We don't know if there's a shortage of us or a surplus of us, except when they tell us. We know they want lots of new drivers, but that's not because there's a shortage of us. It's because they want to replace us with cheaper and cheaper and cheaper idiots, cheaper and cheaper and cheaper slaves. Never, never, never will Uber and DoorDash go back up. Never, never, never will they be fair or pay more. They can't. They can't. You cannot ask a global criminal cabal with a pyramid scheme to make it legitimate. It's not going to happen. It's not possible because it's run by AI. It's not run by humans. Humans don't control this. That's the plausible deniability. That's the beauty of the whole fucking scam. The solution is to be humans. Dude, listen, this is an illusion, JP. This is an illusion. If we turn this off, your community's still there. Your car's still there. You have more money. This is a parasite. Imagine this thing sucking up 50% of everything you do and 100% of your energy. It's sucking up all of your energy and attention, and it's sucking up 50% of your income. So if you get rid of this thing, you get 100% of your attention back. You get 50% of your income back. You might be able to be working one half as much as you are now and make more money with less expenses, because you're not going to go do stupid shit. This is a device that's designed to cause you to do stupid shit because it's in a Grand Theft Human game. The game of Grand Theft Human is designed to make you do stupid fucking shit. It's designed to make you do stupid shit. Why would you play Grand Theft Human every day and call it a sustainable income? Because it's not. Because they can just turn you off. They can just take your Grand Theft Human license away anytime they want. They can't take your human license away, but they can take their Grand Theft Human license away. And so if you're dependent upon this for insurance and your job and your bank account and your payday loans and everything else, and they turn it off, then what do you got? You're hosed. You won't even be able to find your way home. You won't even be able to call your mom. You don't even know your mom's phone number anymore, right? You won't ever be able to find that nice girl you're dating. You don't remember all the phone numbers you know. You don't remember all these contacts they're now in this replacement for your brain. And gig apps will never, ever, ever be. Well, no app will be. Remember, the only reason it's an app instead of on your computer is so it can isolate you. An app is an isolation tool. They gave you a different app than the restaurant, and they gave the restaurant a different app from the consumer. Why does the consumer have a different app on Uber than the driver has on Uber? It's to separate you. It's to break the market. It's to rig the market. I mean, look at the fundamentals here. It's so very simple. The only reason that you isolate apps The only reason you have a three-sided marketplace, Tony Shu, of consumers, merchants, and app slaves. The only reason you have a three-sided marketplace is because of simulation. There's no three sides in a real market. There's no two different apps in a real market. This is all a con. How many different ways can we say it? And then more people are going to write it. Now, more people are going to write about it. More people are going to write about it. Now, is Pedro going to make a video about all his cringe ass motherfucker friends who were so stupid like him not to see the obvious? No, he's not going to correct himself. Will rideshare guy correct themselves? Will they say, "Gosh, we've been just barking up the wrong tree. This can't be fixed"? Will Sergio and Chris have that conversation? No, I dare them to. They're going to be on today. Rideshare guy is on tonight at Tuesday. It's on. I've been on the show. They're smart guys, but are they going to tell the truth and just go like, "This whole fucking jig's up, man. This is just black box A&I. This is just dog shit. You're just dog shit. Black box A&I. It can't get any better. It won't get any better. It's only gotten worse." All these shows have been around. If the rideshare guy and the rideshare professor and anybody else is winning, how come it's all gotten worse the whole time? If any gig tuber is winning, why is it worse every single fucking day over the last 3 years if they're so good at what they do? If they're good advocates for our community, if the gig app marketplace is anything but fraud, why is it getting worse every day for the last 3 fucking years? How come? Tony Shu would never fucking talk to me. Look, man, I went to business school with people that are just the same executive level at Tony Shu, and I worked with C-level executives in the corporate world. I know what these fuckers are. I know how to talk to them. They know how to talk to me. They don't want to talk to me. They want to talk to me about as much as Pedro does. This is pathetic, man. This is just, and I guess, look, I'm preaching to the choir here, right? You're the choir and I'm a preaching to the choir, but you can share this too, right? Very, very few of you ever like my stream or comment in my stream or share my stream. You could. I can like spend all my time asking you to like share and like and do all these things, but you could try and share this with other people. I got only 580 subscribers and I broadcast like what, 25 hours a week or 30 hours a week or 40 hours a week sometimes. 580 subscribers. So, people could care, but do they want the truth? Do they want the truth? They don't. They don't. But see, that's how you know. That's how you know the people that want the truth and the people don't want the truth by what they're saying and what they're sharing. If they're doing the Sarah Elizabeth thing, if you're doing the Zach and Kimmy and Flex, anybody ignoring the reality that is before us today, which is that all the gig apps are fraud, all of them. Look, what there's a fucking TV show. There's a goddamn TV show about Uber now, right? There's some TV show like HBO did a 8-part miniseries on something about starting Uber and what dog shit scam it is. I don't need to watch the show. I don't need to watch the fucking show. I know what a fucking scam Uber is. It's fucking obvious. I've been in the fucking corporate world. I've seen all these scams where they fucking ask each other to sign bullshit contracts and they lie to the board and they lie to the public and everything else. I've seen all this dog shit. You think they're fucking telling you the truth on all these financial forecasts? Give me a fucking break. Fucking CEOs of the biggest con men in the fucking world getting paid tens of millions of dollars to lie their fucking ass off. Serenity now. Serenity now. Serenity now. Okay, let's get back to this article. We got a long way to go today. I got a lot of shit for you. Don't think that you've seen the best shit. We're just getting started. This is only the starting shit. But the truth is that the pricing algorithm is a black box. The company can and will set maximum possible price based on any factors it wants to. What is happening should be understood as a technically advanced method of maximizing profits. maximizing profits, minimizing expenses. You're an expense. You're not even part of the company. You're only an expense. By definition of the gig economy, what they did in creating this global scam called the gig economy is they redefined business to occur uh, with employees being called expenses, and that's just that accounting transition from you being an employee to an expense. Now they have no responsibility for you. You're just an expense. You're just a single line item. That's all you are. You're not a human being. You're a single data point. They don't even know you. They've never thought about you. They don't talk about you. They pretended you mattered once. They won't even pretend that anymore. The other side of this coin, and one that consumers think less about, is Uber's practice of using an algorithm to determine wages as well. As independent contractors, Uber's drivers cannot unionize and they cannot negotiate a contract standardizing their pay across different times and places. They are powerless. Their powerlessness is at the heart of Uber's business model. Their powerlessness is at the heart of Uber's business model. Take those words in, man. How can you even can you imagine a company going public allegedly soon, and uh, this being known about them? This is unprecedented. This is unprecedented global fraud. Unprecedented global fraud to know this and to have this going on right now. This tells you we are literally marked for death because your government is quitting on you. The powerlessness is at the heart of Uber's business model in exactly the same way that the company builds an algorithm designed to determine the highest amount that you'll be willing to pay for a ride at the moment you request one. It is also has an equal and opposite algorithm designed to determine the lowest price they can pay a driver for giving you that ride. The academic name for this practice is algorithmic wage discrimination. It is the practice of using modern technology to weaponize the desperation of working people against them in the most effective possible way. Is your government going to weaponize AI against you? Yes. Yes, they are. The leading scholarly voice on algorithmic wage discrimination is UC Irvine law professor Veena Dubal, who has been sounding the alarm for years about the disturbing implications of the practice. Dubal's latest work is an article in the Columbia Law Review that lays out the problem as one rooted in, quote, information asymmetry, end quote, where, quote, companies can calculate the exact wage rates necessary to incentivize desired behaviors, while workers can only guess how firms determine their wages. And you guess wrong. You guess wrong. Pedro's narrative's always wrong. The DoorDash, Sergio's narrative's always wrong. Chris's narrative's always wrong. Kimmy Pants, always wrong. Sarah Elizabeth, always wrong. Zach, always wrong. They're all always wrong. They have no fucking idea. They're just pretending. They're just waving their hands and pretending. This is not a story of advancing efficiency, the benefits of which accrue to all of us. It is one of an advance in the tools of exploitation. As Dubal writes, today, facilitated by independent contractor status, algorithmic wage discrimination turns the basic logic of scientific management on its head. Instead of using data and automation technologies to increase productivity by enabling workers to work more efficiently in a shorter period, in other words, to decrease labor overhead, on-demand companies like Uber and Amazon use data extracted from labor along with insights from behavioral science to engineer systems in which workers are less productive. That's you wasting your time because they give you dog shit technology in the field. They don't care. They want you less productive, in which workers are less productive They perform the same amount of work over longer hours. They love you, Sam Lee. They love you spending 100 hours out there being a slave for them. Man, do they love guys like you. They perform the same amount of work over even longer hours and receive lower wages, thereby maintaining a large labor supply while simultaneously keeping labor overhead low. Well, they keep it low because you're paying all the expenses. This is the greatest scam in human history, and it's being run upon you. Greatest scam in human history being run upon you. Trust me, you have an opportunity cost. Every second you spend on a gig app is a second you're not spending in the real world with a real economy locally. Because when this money supply collapses and when DoorDash and Uber crash, this thing's going to leave you high and dry. You better leave them before they leave you. You better fucking leave them gig apps long before they decapitate you, because they're going to decapitate you at your lowest possible moment. You're stronger today than you'll be when they decapitate you, when they go out of business, or when they're really hitting the skids, when the criminal investigations start. This is all going down, man. It takes a while for these crises to come up. Think how long it took for the OxyContin lawsuits and all that fraud from the Sackler family, or whatever that was. This is coming down. Like, do you want to be part of the carnage? Do you want to be part of the carnage? Do you want to be one of the app slaves that is crushed and is suicidal because you don't have any way to even survive without your smartphone anymore? When they turn off your income sources and they tell you go find a job, and there's no fucking jobs because all the companies shut down. They're shutting down everything around here. They're shutting down inner city stores. They're shutting down postage facilities. They're shutting down all kinds of shit. And they always go like, well, yeah, but it doesn't mean the economy's bad. We're just shutting everything down. We're just shutting everything down. But it doesn't mean the economy's bad. Yeah, it means the economy's bad. It means the economy's bad. They don't want you to know how bad the economy is, because otherwise people just be doing a run on banks and would stop being slaves for gig apps and things like that. If you know how bad it is. But let me tell you something. Any hours you spend slaving for gig apps over this December or going into January are just wasted hours. You should be spending them somehow figuring how you're going to survive without them. And if you got to keep it around to keep the lights on for a day or two, do what you got to do. But these things are a security risk. They're tracking everything you do. They're going to get you uninsured from your car insurance. They're going to destroy you, no doubt about it. And then Pedro and all these other fuckers trying to get you linked into financial scams of cash advances with foreign fraudsters. That piece of shit Pedro and Moves Financial and Wallet and Giggle fuckers from Rideshare Guy. There's a bunch of chicanery going on at the end. Don't get caught in it. I'm here to warn you. I don't want to see my friends getting caught in it. Warn each other, warn everybody. Don't get caught in this bullshit. It's going to get ugly. It's going to get real fucking ugly. It's going to get so fucking ugly that things are going to really fall apart. There's a housing crisis on the way as well. So don't get caught being an app slave, because app slavery is a trap, right? That's the biggest message. It's a trap. Have informed consent. When you touch your phone, when you touch this phone, where'd it go? Here it is. When you touch this thing, know that you are basically telling the government and the corporations everything about yourself, everything about yourself is told to the government by this device. And to the gig apps, your location, your insurance. It's going to cost you your medical care. They're going to want to give you your medical care by this thing. You want this to be your doctor? You want to cram this up your ass for your colon exam? They'll just shove this right up your ass. We'll check your colon. Just make sure the speaker goes first. The speaker will talk to your colon. Just jam it right the fuck up there. Man. Pay attention to what's going on here. Pay attention to what's going on here. Nobody's going to give you a better warning than I'm giving you. I'm giving you the real fucking heads up. I'm even talking about this, and I'm being real serious right now. It's time to start thinking about your survival. If you take medications, you might want to think how many medications you take, where your pharmacy is, how much you pay for them, which medications you absolutely need, which medications you might be able to live without. Things are going to get real fucking strange. You might not be able to get some of your prescriptions. That can kill people right there. Start thinking about the things. If this shit really comes down, imagine this. Imagine this. If you have to live without your phone this afternoon, how are you going to live differently? Start thinking about living without your phone. Mine's already turned off. Mine's already turned off. You can't call me. I got no phone number. You can't call me. Mine's already turned off. And I'm going to be getting rid of all my apps completely. There will be no apps of any kind. Maybe like a G. I basically, I'm probably going to get rid of it altogether. Maybe get a flip phone or something. I don't even know. Maybe no phone at all. Needs to go. It needs to go. I know what this is. This is this is human destruction in our pockets. Okay, so back to we just finished that quote from Vina Dubal, while simultaneously keeping labor overhead low. Uh, Notice that a side benefit of this system for the companies is that they can point to the algorithm itself to justify their decision to exploit you. Oh, look at this. This is great. Now I haven't read this yet because I wanted to read it with you. So this is exciting. Gee, we would love to pay you more and all, but this is highly advanced black box. This highly advanced black box has determined that we must pay you less. Well, that's exactly it, right? Nobody is responsible. They'd love to have given you health insurance and health care, but their AI said no. Their AI just said no. It would have been nice for you to have your job application seen by a human being, but it's not. The AI said no. The AI filtered you out. How do you deal with a black box AI that filters you out? You don't exist. Whoops, sorry. So, you want to deal with artificial intelligence that can deny your existence? That's how you die. People go, "How can artificial intelligence kill us?" By denying your existence. It's not. It doesn't hate you. It just doesn't even care if you're alive or not. It's not human. It's not. Doesn't have any feelings. It just denies your existence. It's just going to go forward without you. It solved you, and now it doesn't need you anymore. Once AI solves humanity, it doesn't need it anymore. We're not creating AI to help humanity. We're creating AI through the corporate pipeline to replace humanity, to destroy humanity, to kill humanity. It is a sly aid to the already highly advanced corporate project of avoiding responsibility for every negative consequences of their business practices. Interviews with drivers reveal that the sheer unpredictability of this wage system transforms work into something more akin to gambling. Like slot machine players, always wondering if the next spin will be the lucky one, workers are put in a position of being incentivized to be constantly available in the event that the fluctuating wage level happens to rise at any given moment. See, intermittent reinforcement keeps you on your toes. They're going to keep you logged in all week, all day, even if you're not working. They're going to keep you logged in and at the ready. Oh man, what evil little fuckers they are. What evil little fuckers they are. They want to control your mind even when you're not out working. Because then when they need you, they just get you. Look at this fucker. This guy is a straight up Nazi. Fuck this guy. This guy's a straight up fascist piece of shit. Dr. Mengele here. Dr. Mengele here. I guess his name is he's Uber CEO, Dr. Mengele. Algorithmic scientific management deployed by on-demand firms is opaque, means you can't see through it, and purposely so. Well, yeah, but it's also black box AI. Okay, this is me talking the article. I need to just read. Okay, Jeff, calm down, Jeff. Because of the opacity, Workers cannot trust the firms or their own market forecasts, nor can they rely on the firm created incentive structures or wage manipulators. See, so all the games and all your own thoughts, garbage. Pedro's thoughts, garbage. Harry Campbell's thoughts, garbage. Chris and Sergio's thoughts, garbage. Steve Johnson, High Chair Hodio's thoughts, garbage. It's all fucking worthless. It's all fucking worthless. It's just one big global scam being run on you with a whole bunch of sub scams and sub bullshit and little sub gangs and little plants in the community. Use your red card. Use your red card. This season, I got a secret recipe for you. The secret recipe is your red card. It's a secret. It's a secret recipe. Is your fucking red card for Shop and Pay. Give me a break. DoorDash built a grocery business. You didn't. DoorDash did. DoorDash built a grocery business. You didn't. They did. You're out. You were never in. You're just a tool. You're just human fuel, but they're burning you up. You're expendable fuel. You ain't part of the company. They don't even know you. You're an expense. You know what you do with expenses is you minimize them. That's all you do with expenses. You can't expect DoorDash to ever do anything with you, but to minimize you. You're an expense. Same with Uber. Same with Grubhub. Same with all the other dog shit. Amazon. All these fucking predatory, horrible entities that are destroying our planet as we speak, destroying our local economies, stealing our money supply. They've already taken it. The time that they must labor to meet their income targets, the primary way in which workers in my research structured their work, is ever changing. Through this process, hard work and long hours become disconnected from any certainty of economic security. So our wages keep going down no matter how hard we work. That's real strange, isn't it? Except it's programmed in. Our fate is programmed in. Our death is programmed in. Our starvation and homelessness is programmed in by this fucking Nazi piece of shit right here. We got to start calling these fuckers what they are. This dude needs a fucking Nazi hat on. He needs a good swastika. He needs a real good swastika on him. Thus, algorithmic wage discrimination by keeping workers in a state of deep uncertainty creates profoundly precarious working conditions and wages that belie long-held norms of a moral economy of work. Yep, it's immoral. It's immoral. This is amoral. This is anti-human. Anti-human technology from this fucking Nazi, from this genocidal piece of shit. Now, I don't say that facetiously or to call people names. I'm calling Nazis what they are. I'm calling genocidal pieces of shit what they are. This fucker's a genocidal piece of shit. Tony Shu's not going to come on my show to have me tell him he's a genocidal piece of shit. And if he did, I'd love it. Dubal's entire paper is eye-opening and terrifying in equal measure. I think that most people would agree that this practice is scary, creepy, and offensive. Oh, what do you think the slaves think about it? If this guy thinks it's scary, creepy, and offensive, how does he think we slaves feel about it? But why? Given the fact that we so readily accept the constant fluctuation of prices, why does the similar treatment of wages feel so unfair? Oh, well, because you can play black people less than white people and women less than men and people that you like more than people that you don't like and people that you're sponsoring more than the people that you're not sponsoring. That's why it's unfair, because it's unfair to pay people different wages for the same work based upon how much you can exploit them. That's horribly unfair and immoral, amoral, without morals altogether. It is because this kind of payment system completely destroys what most of us take for granted as a bedrock part of work. The idea that you know what you will be paid. Whether you are paid a full-time salary or you work at a shitty hourly job or you are self-employed and paid for each thing you do, you know in each case what you stand to make. Your job may suck and your boss may be awful and your paycheck may be a travesty in many ways. But at the very least, once you know how much you'll be working, you know that paycheck, what that paycheck will be. At the very least, once you know how much you'll be working, you know what that paycheck will be. You can budget, you can plan. When companies take that away, they rob workers of something that goes beyond the normal strictures of poverty. They make it impossible to determine the boundaries of your own working life. They're torturing us. They are torturing us in app slavery. So you want to see all those people that question my term of app slavery? Yeah, they're fucking liars. They're fucking dumb shits. Tell me that's not slavery. You are slaves to AI. Abso-fucking-lutely, 100%, 100%, which is 100%, all of it, you're a slave. You are a slave to these apps. That app is playing you. You're not playing it. You have been solved. This is the type of thing that demands a very sobering look in the mirror for those of us who care about labor power. How about those of us that care about labor survival? How about those of us that care about just our very fucking survival over the next 2 months? Yeah, you should care too. Black boxes are inimical to worker power. They are toxic to worker power. They're the opposite of worker power. Transparency is an absolute necessity to determining if you are being treated fairly. A necessity to know if you are being treated fairly. Are you being treated fairly by the gig apps? Of course not. Are you being exploited by the gig apps? Of course you are. Is it a crime? Of course it is. Is it a crime across many nations? Yes. Why is it allowed? Because your government officials are in on it. David Risher, the new CEO of Lyft, is a very high-level government operative. BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, SoftBank, billionaires, the stock markets, their AI, all of it is collaborating to enslave you to this system because you are the most vulnerable and least cared about workers and people on the planet. And they think they can burn you as fuel, deny your existence, and perpetrate your genocide and move forward without you. That is the fucking plan. Get to know it, get to hate it, get to be bitter about it, because when people want you dead and they want your family and the human race to end, it's probably time to stand up for yourself. It's certainly, most certainly time to stand up for yourself. This is why when you negotiate a union contract and the boss says, quote, we can't afford it, end quote, you demand to see the books. The algorithms that Uber and other companies use are, by their nature, black boxes. They are not available to be opened up and perused. So, as a starting point, we need to recognize that there is no path to worker empowerment and fair treatment that involves merely poking around in a black box, twisting the dials, and hoping that the algorithm improves. This is why I told you every single one of these stupid programs on GigTube that says they need to fix the algorithm, they need to do this, they need to do that. They're just, it's word salad. Nothing means anything. Rideshare guy, Sergio, Chris, have me on today. I'll talk to you about the fact that nothing that you're saying means anything. None of your activism means anything. None of your lawsuits mean anything. None of this means anything. You're perpetuating the system that is killing humanity. Sorry, guys. I mean, I wish that we could perpetuate your broadcasting network, but you know, you could get into the game of saving the human race just as an alternative. You could get into the game of saving the human race. That'd be worthwhile. If we cannot monitor the formula that determines wages, and we cannot control the formula that determine wages. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. If we cannot monitor the formula that determines wages, and we cannot control the formula that determines wages, then we must find another way to protect workers. Well, what would that way be? You can't protect workers against a perfectly fraudulent system. And remember, New Yorkers just won the right to be paid $18 minimum wage by these dog shit gig apps, which is nothing in New York. So who gives a shit? These guys, these apps are not built to ever pay a transparent or fair wage. They can't exist. So humanity and these apps are mutually exclusive. You can't. They're going this way, you're going that way. If you want to go that way, you can't go that way with them. Mutually exclusive, not going to work. This is the end of DoorDash and Uber, and the end of the gig apps and the app slaves. This shit's going down now. And we already know, like, none of these gig tubers have quality content. It's all garbage now. You can tell them all that. Like, you guys don't know fucking shit. You're just making things up. You're just waving your hands. Nobody at the companies listens to you. Nobody's going to fix any algorithms. Nobody knows how any of the algorithms work. If you say you know how the algorithms work, or you say that you know how Christmas is going to be, and then you know how January is going to be, and then you know something else because market patterns, you don't know any market patterns. There's no signals. There are no market signals from a gig app. If you're an economist, if you're a business person, you're looking for market signals to buy or to sell or to act in some way. There are no market signals from a rigged game of Grand Theft Human. There are no real market signals from a rigged game of Grand Theft Human. We can never play a fair game with this dog shit piece of slave technology. This is a dog shit piece of slave technology. I'm sorry to tell you that. Sucks for everybody. Dog shit piece of slave technology got woven right into your world. Tell it to fuck off. Dog shit piece of slave technology. Sorry. We got fucked. We got fucked real hard. We got fucked real hard. Where'd my lighter go? I don't know. Man, it's grim. It's some grim stuff. But the key is us knowing, right? When we know, then we can do something about it. Now we know. Nobody can say anymore, not even somebody as stupid as Pedro can say that this is a conspiracy. Not even anybody as stupid as Pedro. Yeah, fuck that phone. Fuck that phone. I don't even have a cell. I stopped paying that fucking phone bill 3 months ago. Don't worry about it. It's already fucked. It's already fucked. And I'll never be getting another one. Never be getting another one. I'm setting myself free from the app slavery. That's what I think of app slavery. That's what I think of being a slave. If we cannot monitor the formula that determines wages, and we cannot control the formula that determine wages, then we must find another way to protect workers. This is one of the underlying reasons why it is important to remember that the entire gig economy itself should be viewed as an unacceptable assault on the social contract. An unacceptable assault on the social contract. Those are great words. I totally agree. This is an assault on the social contract that we have had since the Industrial Revolution, that that workers and companies must partner together in some way. And then the corporations figured out how to just operate without humans. And now they think they're going to do without us for the rest of the time, and just live in their New Zealand bunkers with a very small population of humanity. I don't like their plan. I don't like it. Some elements of organized labor imagine that they can acquiesce to the general structure of gig work, but improve it enough to make it worthwhile. That is a mistake. Well, it's also an impossibility. I'm telling you, it's fucking impossible. I told you the glitch was no glitch. It is also impossible to reform a gig app. Gig apps were disaggregated purposely and created as apps to defraud you. They can't be, that AI cannot be adjusted to not be fraudulent. These companies will never cede enough control to workers to allow us to feel comfortable that we have achieved fairness and stability. Why do I say that? Because the business model of gig companies is dependent on that not happening. There is a difference between being a realist and being a patsy. A patsy, that's a good word. There's a difference between a realist and a patsy. So all gig tubers are one of two things, either a patsy or a shill. So you can ask everybody. You can go on the rideshare guy, Harry Campbell, Sergio, Chris, Zach, Kimmy Pants, everybody. Just say, are you a patsy or a shill? Just ask them. Okay, are you a patsy or a shill? That's really the, because there's only two choices. So you can be a revolutionary, you can be a patsy, or you can be a shill. Those are the three options now in our time of war against AI. They can be a revolutionary, they can be a patsy, or they can be our enemies as a shill. Pretty fucking ugly, but it's wartime. Yes, these companies are big and powerful. We cannot wave a magic wand and delete Uber's existence. Well, yeah, we could. Yeah, we could. The workers can. The workers can. Workers have all the power. But we, meaning the combined institutions of organized labor, can operate with the conviction that the ability of workers to know in advance what they will be paid is a non-negotiable principle of fair work, and that to the extent that gig companies do not do this, they are obligated to change, which will put them out of business. I told you this in the civil rights piece I wrote last year. If we make them adhere to fair standards, they will be out of business, and so it must be. I've been telling you that since the start. And of course, liars and shills and dipshits and scumbags have been lying to you and telling you differently. We now know what Pedro is. We now won't know what the rideshare guy is. We now know the stories that Chris and Sergio. I'm calling you guys out because I like you. Chris and Sergio, I like you guys. You're nice guys, but you're selling a bunch of bullshit. Wake up. Wake the fuck up. We're not going to sue our way out of this. We're not going to negotiate our way out of this. We got to put these fuckers down. You got to stand up for your drivers now. Stand up for your drivers. Stop being a fucking patsy. Which is to say, algorithmic wage discrimination should not exist. Seeking to mitigate it rather than end it is a sucker's game. Some things need to be red lines, and this is one of them. Indeed, Vina Dubal's own recommendation is for a, quote, statutory or regulatory non-waivable ban on algorithmic wage discrimination, including but not limited to a ban on compensation through digitalized piece pay. There you go. Gig apps are illegal. I fucking told you. I fucking told you. I told you. I told you. I told you. They're illegal. They're fraud. They're nothing but. Never been anything but. Aren't anything but. Can't be anything but. We win. They lose. Gig apps are fraud. A big part of forging a minimally fair set of standards for workers in the age of algorithms is being humble. Oh my goodness. Well, we know who's not humble is the King Pedro. King Pedro ain't going to be humble to anybody. King Pedro is going to flail and fail his way all the way to the top. Pedro fails his way all the way to being Mr. Come On You. Mr. Come In You, Cleveland, Missouri. If you think that you can outsmart or outwork an algorithm designed to exploit you, you are wrong. If you think that long-established workplace practices like, quote, set hourly pay, end quote, and, quote, a formal employer-employee relationship, end quote, can be tossed out and updated to the benefit of everyone, you are wrong. If you think there is a way to come to a mutually beneficial management or arrangement with a corporation that creates profits by arbitraging, oh, I taught you that word. I was the first guy to say this was arbitrage. Arbitraging away the portion of revenues that formerly existed to provide a livable wage to employees, you are wrong. It's like playing tag with a tiger. you're going to find out eventually that it was a bad idea. Don't allow shiny new technologies to make you forget what the labor movement stands for. If Uber was so great, the executives would be drivers. Well, there you go. If working for AI was so great, Elon Musk could do it. Mark Zuckerberg could do it. Derek Jarzhowski, the Nazi son of a bitch from Uber, would do it. Fucking Tony Hsieh would be doing it. Tony Hsieh didn't fucking work for AI. Tony Hsieh did it as an experiment to learn how to fucking fleece you. Nobody with money works for AI. Only fools and rubes and slaves work for AI. Well, that's us. That's us. That's a great article. Nice fucking job to our friend Hamilton Nolan. I subscribe to Hamilton Nolan on Substack now. You can too. I think you should. You can go to my community page and see that wonderful link. You can also see this link right here. Great stuff, man. We need more people in the world to understand how toxic this is. It's an abomination, an abomination, an abomination, anti-human. It's a plague upon humanity. I've been saying this over and over and over again. And you get these sadistic, evil fuckers like Pedro, sadistic, evil fuckers out there like Zach laughing in our face about how much they know and how much we don't know. They're fucking sellouts. A computer can never be held accountable. Therefore, a computer must never make a management decision. Rule number one of using computers. Rule number one. Rule number one. You can use computers for analysis, but you got to use humans to make the decisions. You can use computers for analysis, but humans got to manage people. Humans got to manage humans. Humans got to employ humans. We can't work for AI. There's nothing there. It's an illusion. You've been working, you're playing Grand Theft Human with a fucking illusion world. It's a terrible proposition. It's a fucking terrible proposition. You're just going to get killed, literally. Oh, pouring my heart out to you. For God's sake, save yourselves. Let's check out our buddy Major Deliveries. Check out our buddy Major Deliveries. He's got some good shit to say. Let's see.
Welcome, everyone.
Watch that one. Okay, so we're gonna watch this one. So we got Major's up to 85 subscribers. This is great. Get over there and make it 86 if you ain't subscribed yet. This Major's a good dude. And Major tells the truth, most important of all. You don't even have to be a great person. Just tell the fucking truth. But Major's a great person too. I think his name's actually Dustin. We'll find out. Major, if you're out there, come say hi.
Welcome, everyone. December 3rd, 1:41 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So we're going through downtown right now. We're going to pick up an order. A Russian dumplings, 1327, going 9 miles. So today we want to focus our broadcast on honesty and integrity and being honest with your subscribers. And it's just so easy to get out here on the YouTube platform and just start talking and kind of wheeling and dealing, and you just start saying things, and then you just start saying things, and that's bad because it can just snowball into quite a mess is what you can do. And that's where you get the flip-flopping and stuff like that. But yeah, you get out here talking and it can snowball into a mess. So here we are, we're going to pick this order up. Boy, it is windy. All right, so we got that food, 2 bags and a cup of coffee. There have been people in the past that have came into this filming content and doing content with all best, you know, their plan was to keep it honest, and that was their intentions. But when you sell out, you lose your honesty, and that's where the flip-flopping comes in and all that kind of stuff. But if you got a guy straightforward and giving you the same stuff every day, those are going to be your honest people, but those are probably going to be your boring people too. But to see the same honest content on a daily basis, there's, you know, it's real boring, and why would you want to see that? But that's what I'm trying to do, is put out honest content out here. And you know, you get the dishonest content, it's you gotta, like, maybe like pro wrestling or something, you gotta do yourself better the next time. It's got to be bigger and better the next time, so it continues to grow and continues to snowball. So that's what we're not going to do here. All right, so we're headed to this delivery right now, down a cool little road, lots of trees. All right, piece of cake. No, $3.75. This Uber 505. Look at this. 1152, 18 miles. See how this works? Low orders or high mileage. Taco Bell, Panda Express. You know, let's accept it. 2 orders. I just took that Panda, 1350, 4 miles. Look at this, 1150, 1.4. See how that works? A couple bucks less, and the mileage is a little less. See how this is a game of, it's a mathematical thing. I can't think of it, but it's all manipulation. So here we are walking into Panda. So we got that Grubhub order. So today we've been talking about honesty, and, you know, selling your subscribers a coffee cup or a shirt, that's all cool. But when you're selling predatory things that could hurt you, then your integrity is questionable. Think about that. Would you sell somebody something that hurts them? Think about that. Track your own miles with your own odometer. Make your own decisions on these apps. Don't go to these apps that can promise you so much an hour. Do this stuff on your own. So here we are picking up this order. All right, so we got that order. That was a pleasant experience. It took a little longer than I thought, but you know, that I just don't go by that anymore. Rush to the next order. It's all time manipulated, folks. So, you know, I just want to be honest with everybody and not sell them a dream or an illusion. There's a lot of that going on. This gig economy is just, or these gig apps, it's just real simple. Take an order that makes sense for you. Do the best you can. There's not much to it. All right. All right, so we delivered that Taco Bell back to my car. Pretty simple. Honesty, dignity, and respect to all individuals. These videos I'm putting out here are not videos on how to get rich, anything like that. I'm just showing you offers, and I'm picking the ones I want, the ones that make sense. I'm not out here portraying to get rich. I'm not out here focusing on things I'm not out here pushing programs or agendas. It's real simple out here. Shout out to DoorDash Revolution. Honest man. Shout out to all the individuals that are trying to protect the community. You know what? I'm going to do this one. 1475, 8.3 miles, 2 orders. Shout out to Gig Economy Police. The best intro in the gig economy with his introduction there. He's exposing this fraud out here and the dishonesty. Good job on that, and keep the courage up on doing that. See, now look at this, 1334. It's one delivery, so it's going to take you less time. It's a little more miles. See how these orders work? It's based on time and mileage. It's a mathematical equation. Do you see how this is working? You can run one app, 3 apps, however many apps you want. The artificial intelligence controls the 3 apps. In my opinion, it's Google Maps. Google controls the whole thing. But whatever, there is an AI and it's under full manipulation. Fast delivery. at this. See that? 1105, 12.1 miles. Look at this. 950, 10 miles. See how it works? There's no denying it anymore. There was a content creator who did a video. Are the apps playing games? No, they're not playing games. It's total and full manipulation. None of this stuff, there's nothing you can do to manipulate the apps. There are no secret recipes, and there's no tips or tricks. I hope all of you have a good night and a good day. Welcome. 11:48 p.m. December the 4th, 2023. First of all, major deliveries will not be bullied or stand down to anyone. If you continue to lie and prey upon your community, you will be called out directly. This past week in this market was slow, and the earnings show that. And yeah, it's just been a very slow past week here, and I was definitely concerned that I would make anything. I mean, I make some, but I was definitely concerned. And so keep in mind, these payday videos are not to brag. They're to bring it to viewers' attention that these high inflated earnings these gig tubers represent are just misleading viewers, and I'm putting out real numbers here, and I do not want to misrepresent or lead anyone down the wrong road. These earnings here are probably similar to what you see in the gig economy. This market is capped 18 to 20 bucks. You're probably going to see 22 in the big cities. I doubt 25, but maybe. But you get into the 30 and stuff like that. I highly doubt it. And remember, the gig economy is controlled by cap and throttle tactics. Moving forward here. So we got DoorDash here. This market's slow, nothing going on. Tacoma's slow. Puyallups busy. Auburn busy. Kent busy. Get up in the big city. We got Burien. We got a $1.50 peak pay here. Tukwila. Moving up to West Seattle, busy. North Seattle, very busy. $1.50 peak pay in Woodinville. You got Northgate, Shoreline, Linwood. They're not doing nothing. Mukilteel's busy. And then you got a small market here down in Centralia, Chehalis, which don't have many restaurants. And then you got this market here, right here in Yelm. That's where that gal was dashing with her kids and got her car stuck in a field, and I did a video on that. Anyways, moving forward, ratings. 4.97 customer rating. 13% acceptance rate. I do not take no tip orders. Completion rate, 99. On time or early, 98. 6,198 lifetime deliveries. Viewers, if your phone doesn't update these Androids, this phone did an update a couple nights ago, and somehow it kicked me off the code, and it automatically hooked up to Wi-Fi. Well, as I was leaving, I took an order one day, but I got out and I couldn't use the map system or anything like that. And so I had to call the customer service, and it was a big deal. I had to get into the guts of the phone and type in a track phone ID number. So yeah, if your phone ever doesn't update, take a good look at it before you go dashing. That's why I lost a completion rate point. But yeah, something to be aware of. So we got those DoorDash ratings. So November 27th through December 3rd. Not a good week. Not a good week at all. It's showing 293. Okay, because I had a 775 bleed over to this week because I dashed one dash over midnight. So I made 293, but it's giving me 285. So dash time 66 hours. Unbelievable. So multi-app all the way. And while I'm on Uber Eats deliveries or Grubhub, I got this one paused. So I must have been on the app 66 hours. What a terrible week. Yeah, terrible week. Look at that active time, 840. Terrible. Deliveries, 28. Yeah. 27th through the 3rd, 293.25 for DoorDash. Moving forward to Grubhub. Yeah, it's been slowly going downhill for a couple weeks. So this last week on Grubhub, November 27th through December 3rd, 136.83. I don't schedule on this. I just, turn it on and let it go. If I get orders, that's fine. But when weeks are good, this runs over 200, 250. So, delivery pay, Grubhub base pay $41, tips $95. Look at Thursday and Friday, didn't even get no Grubhub orders. So yeah, 136.83 for Grubhub. So this is the big boy in this market. Always has been since day one. And over 3 years, there was only 1 or 2 weeks that DoorDash beat Uber Eats for the week. So yeah, this is the main player in this market. 12,795 deliveries since August 2020. And then the next month I started getting into YouTube and started watching things. So I got a history of YouTube and aware of what's been going on. So 0% cancellation rate, 26% acceptance rate, and 97 satisfaction rate. Man, there just nobody rates anymore. My ratings used to fluctuate on and off on this, up and down. You'd be lucky if you get one every 6 months. At least out here, I'm not seeing any ratings at all. this merchant, the merchant used to rate, they must have took that away from them because that was always changing, those merchant ratings. All right, so November 27th through December 4th, 697.04. Yeah, I usually take Monday off. Last Monday, I did just a few hours. Look at those hours. 56 hours, 37 minutes, 61 trips. Things are not looking good. Oh, Uber Eats Space Pay, $217.49. Promotions, $3. Tip, $476.55. So, for the week, this last week, $1,127.12. $1,127.12. So keep in mind, these earnings are to bring to the community what honest earnings should look like. These aren't inflated earnings, so I'm just trying to bring awareness to the issues at hand that we have. So I want everyone to have we're looking at midnight almost, so everyone have a good morning and a good day. You all take care. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Major. That was some great stuff. Major does an excellent job of detailing the real issues. I don't think he was complaining. I think he was stating the facts. Well, plus where he lives, making 50, that's dog shit in Seattle. That's dog shit poverty in Seattle. $50,000 a year gross before expenses. That's gross, man. So no, he's dying. That's poverty wages. That's homeless wages. That's the problem. See, the money supply isn't enough for us to keep up with the demands of the market anymore. If you live someplace where $50,000 is going to be enough to survive on a gross income before your expenses, you're living someplace that's cheap. $1,000 a week isn't going to keep you going. And wait till this money supply situation and the economy situation gets even worse. Housing crisis. What's going to happen when your landlords don't pay their bills? What's going to happen to your apartments when the landlords don't pay their bills? Because that's what's coming. Is that the landlords, the renters, the rental companies won't be able to pay their bills. So, what else we got here? I was up washing dishes. You caught me off guard. I was listening to a Major and was washing dishes. It helps keep me grounded. I saw Glitch Dash in here. I saw all kinds of nefarious fellers creeping into that chat somewhere. Where is I? I'm very confused at the moment. waiting for my computer to respond. If you're wondering why I'm sitting here looking like I'm waiting for something, it's because I'm sitting here looking like I'm waiting for something. Like, is my computer going to wake up, or is it not going to wake up? Is it going to work, not work? Where are we going with this whole thing? Okay, so let's go back to the community page. Itchy face right now too. Got all kinds of problems. Itchy face. Let's see. Where did everybody go in terms of that? Those chats. Chat. There's Glitch Dash. There's Glitch Dash. There's Mr. Fats Valley. Oh, you're up there. You're up there. Today is yes, 83%, no, 17%. So a good percentage of you understand that today is. That's very good. What is all we can control and all we can be. And evolving as human beings is going to require us to understand what is and where we fit into that bigger picture. I'm going to share something real great with you now. Last night, Eckhart Tolle did a presentation called Conscious Manifestation. And that's what's happening with you and with our community and with the rest of the world right now is we're having a conscious manifestation. We're realizing that this thing right here is a tool of slavery, not a tool of freedom. And so that realization and the realization by the rest of the world that we've been defrauded, our community has been defrauded of billions and billions and billions of dollars. We've been enslaved. We've been lied to, all by purveyors of gig apps. This is all coming to the fore. How will this manifest itself? How will it change humanity? What will happen next? We don't know. But empires will fall, companies will fall. What will happen next will happen next. It's not something we can plan. We can have ideas. It's not incumbent upon me to say what comes next after DoorDash and Uber are put out of business because they're fraud machines. They're AI fraud machines. That's all they are. That's all they can ever be. It's not up for me to say what comes next. What comes next is whatever comes next. And certainly parasites will not be missed. Parasites will not be missed. So let's listen to Eckhart Tolle here. I learned a lot from this man about living in the present moment, about being at peace with life and being at peace with death.
At any given moment, part of being present in the moment is what is conventionally called gratitude or thankfulness. I guess gratitude is and thankfulness are the same thing in the English language. Thankfulness is of Germanic origin or Anglo-Saxon, and gratitude is of Latin origin, but they mean the same thing. So part of being present is when you're really in the now, almost inevitably, a certain appreciation arises for whatever is manifesting in the now. At this moment, what's manifesting, for example, here in the background, is the sound of the rain on the window pane or the external windowsill. It kind of amplifies the sound. And that's something to be grateful for, because it's a life-giving substance. There's lots of trees here, very tall trees. There's actually not far from where I'm sitting. There's the rainforest, just it's the actually this area of British Columbia is the world's largest temperate rainforest. And this is why we call it rainforest, because it loves the water. It rains so much it has created this wonderful vegetation. It's been there for a million years. And so we can be grateful for the sound of the rain instead of feeling it's something to be rejected or complain about. Gratitude arises for the life-giving substance of water. And this is only one example. Whatever arises, when you're really present, you give it attention, whatever manifests naturally, you welcome it. And even if it's something that looks like an obstacle or a hindrance, that can also be welcomed. Life is full of these things that we call challenges. A real challenge always arises in the present moment, and there are other challenges that arise in the mind. A real challenge arises something, an obstacle arises. And again, there can be a kind of a gratefulness even for that, because you realize that the evolution of consciousness requires obstacles. It requires the rising of a limitation in your life, because only by encountering limitation do you become motivated to transcend or rise above the limitation, and that requires more consciousness. In some simple cases, it may just require more physical strength. So, but whatever it is, it requires an influx of energy on whatever level, whether it's on a purely physical level or on a more refined level of conscious attention, consciousness itself. So I'm just mentioning this importance whenever you are interested in manifesting, first of all, acknowledge what is already naturally manifesting in this present moment, and see if you can become friendly with it, instead of wanting to eliminate it in order to have something better. That's already an obstacle that arises when you're creating an obstacle, when you're trying to manifest something, but you're unhappiness at the basis of it. So when we begin to talk about, answer the questions, I'm sure I'll come back to that. It is a very common obstacle that arises, and that is a dissatisfaction with the present moment, an inability or unwillingness to acknowledge the aliveness of the present moment, no matter where it is and what form it takes. And that becomes a hindrance to your ability to manifest powerfully, because that's ego. Ego lives largely through non-alignment with the present moment that keeps the ego going. But let's go to the first question, and then we'll continue talking about this importance of being aligned with the present moment, and that the power resides in the present moment. The power that is available to you to manifest resides in the present moment, here and now.
This first question, Eckhart, is directly on that point. It's from Jack from Massachusetts, who writes in, do you have to be, quote, out of your head, unquote, and totally present in the moment to consciously manifest something?
Yes, that's a good question. That's out of your head. I guess the questioner means by that out of the thinking mind. Head is often used meaning the thinking mind. Yes, the foundation for manifesting is to be deeply rooted in the present moment, in the dimension of being. The dimension of being is there when the mind, you encounter this dimension, you access this dimension. When the thinking mind subsides for a moment, and let's not just talk about it, but actually experience it in this very moment, the possibility for the stream of thinking to subside just for a moment, and yet you remain very conscious, alert, and you're not only conscious of the sense perceptions around you, which you acknowledge and perhaps find a sense of appreciation that we may sometimes call gratitude. An appreciation, when you become present, is appreciation for whatever surrounds you, even seemingly insignificant little things. They're all there. They have a certain presence, your sense perceptions. And then the deeper aspect of being rooted in the dimension of being is to sense the presence. Let's call it your presence, although it's not yours, but just as a pointer, let's for a moment call it your presence. To sense your presence, not your story, which is the personality of the person. Because when you're not thinking, the story disappears. So the personality as which you appear most of the time recedes into the background. And what replaces the personality, which is a narrative in your mind, it's a story, that's your personality, or the conditioning of the mind. So when you get out of your head, out of your mind, that subsides, and what is something else arises. So this entity, the personality, recedes into the background, and what arises is a sense of alert presence. And at first you notice it indirectly, because you become more conscious, more aware of your surroundings, your sense perceptions, and you acknowledge that and you appreciate that. This is indirectly you become aware of the beingness of the present moment. That's the first step. When you begin to appreciate whatever the universe has manifested, or you have manifested in this moment, that's the world around you that you take in with your sense perceptions, visual, auditory, tactile, whatever it may be. So that is part of becoming present, an appreciation of what is. And then the deeper, we could call that, you become indirectly aware of the power of the present, the beingness of the present moment. And then you become aware of something deeper that is there at the same time. And that is the presence itself, without which you could not be aware of anything. It's the very power of awareness. And that is very still. It is still. So there's no mental noise anymore. There's an alert stillness. Stillness here means absence of the thinking noise, the noise of thought. And what is left is awareness itself. We could call it consciousness also. Consciousness itself. And that stillness is consciousness itself. In other words, you become conscious of being conscious. You know yourself, you know your essence as that consciousness that is much deeper than the person. As that conscious awareness or presence, as that you have no past and no future. And as that presence, you have no age. Doesn't matter whether you're 18 years old or 90 years old. In that presence is ageless. And also that presence has no gender, man or woman, or any of the other many genders that people are very much concerned with these days. But as that presence, that is not male or female, it transcends that. And that is the point of power. That is the very foundation for manifesting anything in this world, is you have to go there first and discover in that dimension, here and now, at this very moment, it is possible to let go of thinking, but not to become into some spaced out state. You're very alert, and you're just present. And then you sense what we call stillness is only one way of pointing to it or speaking about it. It is, of course, more than just stillness. Yes, it's a good pointer. But stillness really means the absence of noise. In this case, mental noise. But this presence is not just the absence of something. Yes, it is the absence of all mind objects. It is the absence of all objects that may arise in consciousness, because it's the space of consciousness itself. But it's not just the absence, it is an absence of thought and an absence of objects of consciousness. But there's also a powerful presence that is within you. But whether it is within or without is actually hard to say. But when you sense it within yourself, you also sense it is in the space that surrounds you, what we call space, is also filled with presence. So inner and outer kind of meet, become one. And that is the very foundation for all spirituality, whether or not you're interested in manifesting or not. Yes, if you are 95 years old, perhaps you've lost the interest. There's not much more that you want to manifest in this world. There's no need. Or you might even be younger and feel there's no need to manifest. That's perfectly fine. Or you may be at a stage in your life where you feel the universe wants to manifest something through you in this dimension. But it doesn't matter what it is, but that is the foundation. So getting out of your head, as the questioner asked, yes, in that sense, it's important. But when you begin to manifest, then you will use your mind to some extent. You will, for example, You may, some people like to visualize something, so you begin to use your mind, or you may have affirmations, which is a controlled use of your mind. Yes, you need, first of all, you do need to get out of your head, as the questioner puts it. And then you sense the power of presence. Once you sense the power of presence, if it is your choice to manifest, you want to manifest something, then you may use affirmations. You speak a sentence, a few words that point towards where you want to, whatever you want to manifest. Even a simple thing. I'm filled with spiritual power. It's not an egoic statement, because power, spiritual power, is not power of the ego. It's not power over other human beings. But by saying I'm filled with spiritual power can actually deepen your ability to sense that power, because that is the power of presence. So I'm filled with spiritual power can deepen that, so you use that pointer. And in between the statements, there's a space of just where you can sense that power itself. It's a wonderful thing. So you can use your mind. You may have to use your mind to some extent, but it is a focused way of using your mind. And the wonderful thing is that that dimension, we could call, yes, the dimension of presence, of being. It's so fulfilling or satisfying to sense that within yourself, that all manifestation, whatever you can manifest out of that, becomes of secondary importance. That's another important part of manifesting, this realization. Whatever you want to manifest in this world, people want what they want, better, more abundance in their life, perhaps material abundance. There's a shortage of money. You want to experience an expansion on in this dimension, fine. Or they want to find some companion in their life, or they may want better health, or a better way of contributing to this world, as the expression goes, to make a difference in this world. They want to be a positive force in this world. These are all wonderful things. But the primary thing is to touch that, to not touch just deeper, to access that dimension within yourself and stay rooted in that dimension of being, of presence. That in itself is so fulfilling that anything you can manifest becomes, the English expression, if English is not your native language, I don't know if you've heard the expression, the icing on the cake. The icing on the cake is the stuff you put on top of it. You have a cake. Icing on the cake is the stuff you put on top of the cake, little ornaments, and it's to make the cake look nice. It's the icing on the cake, but it's not, the cake itself is more important than the icing on the cake. So, so the icing on the cake is that the state of the realization of being. That is this. Sorry, that is the cake. The icing is whatever you manifest. Jesus said the same thing. He didn't actually use, he was not familiar with English, and the expression icing on the cake didn't exist. I don't know whether they even had cake at that time, but Jesus used the expression, seek only the kingdom of heaven. Everything else that you may think that you need will be added unto you. Seek only the kingdom of heaven. Everything else will be added unto you. It's only an addition. It's not the main thing. So whatever in this life, whatever you may want on to the main thing. The main thing is the kingdom of heaven, which is the realization of being, the realization of that which transcends the person or the personality. The realization of being is the I am, without adding anything to it, presence itself. And so then that's the foundation for all manifestation. Then out of that power, maybe some people like to visualize a situation. Others may want to use verbal affirmations, and that's fine. But as you use those things, you stay connected with that dimension. So that means when you want something in life, the wanting is very different from the egoic wanting, because you don't need it to be fulfilled or happy. So it's the different kind of wanting. You don't need it to be fulfilled. The fulfillment you have to find in the present moment. You have to go deep enough into the present moment so you find, and again, quoting Jesus again, because he talked about it, in the present moment you find what he called the fullness of life. That's actually an expression that Jesus used. He said, I want you to have the fullness of life. In some translations, it's called abundant life. I want you to have abundant life. In other translations, it's I want you to have the fullness of life. And that fullness of life does not mean many things. It means that the essence of life itself, that is the fullness of life. Then all those things that you may want will be added, well, maybe not all of them, but many of things will be added unto you. So that is the of manifestation. We'll talk about some other aspects as I answer some more questions.
This question, Eckhart, comes from Vibka from Barcelona, Spain, who writes in, thank you very much, Eckhart, for sharing your wisdom with us. Why is it sometimes super easy for me to manifest and it arrives in no time? And then other times it doesn't seem to work at all. Does it have to do somehow with me not fully letting go of wanting it or believing that I already have it, am it? Thank you.
Right, well, another good question. So first of all, congratulations that you're already quite successful in manifesting quite often. And sometimes, yes, you're right, sometimes it may not appear, or it may also appear after a much longer time gap than you might have expected. So certain things appear when you almost forget that you attempted to manifest these things, let's say you spend a couple of weeks or 3 weeks repeating certain affirmations and visualizing it, and then after a while it's good to let go, to give it some space, and then nothing happens. And it could be that a year later, the very thing you almost forgot that you practice this manifestation method in order to manifest this or that, and a year later it suddenly appears and you remember, oh, that's what I worked on a year ago to manifest, and I'd almost forgotten about it. That can happen, but other things can happen too, and that is there could be too much wanting. The wanting can be an obstacle. If you want it too much, that implies you're not sufficiently rooted in the power of presence. And then the wanting takes over. And if there's too much wanting, by implication, you are saying that you don't have it. So in that kind of wanting, this is sometimes people try to exercise willpower when they try to manifest something. I want this, whatever it is. That is not necessarily a good way to manifest, because by saying I want it, you're also saying that you don't have it yet. But the most powerful way to manifest is the feeling that that it's already here. And that only arises out of fullness of being, of presence in the present moment, because then you merge the image of what you want with a sense of fullness, the fullness of being. So the image and the fullness of being come together, and that is a powerful way of manifesting it, which means you don't need that thing for your happiness anymore. You don't need it for your ultimate fulfillment. The most powerful way to manifest is to regard it as a play or a game, the game of life, the play of life, of manifesting. Then there's also a sense of detachment from the outcome. An excessive attachment to the desired outcome is also an obstacle to manifesting. If you desperately need something, if you are unhappy, if you are unhappy if you don't get it, then there's something wrong. So if you're unhappy when you don't achieve whatever you want to manifest, then that you didn't do it right. So there needs to be a detachment, so to speak, from the desired outcome, so that you don't project this, whatever you want to manifest doesn't become a future projection, but whatever you want to manifest needs to be realized as already existing on some level in the unmanifested. That's why Jesus said, I always go back to Jesus, because whatever you want to learn about manifestation, just read what he explained it all in very simple words. He said, whenever you pray for something, believe that you have received it and it will be yours. That's the entire secret of manifestation already there. And the importance of the words are not believe that you will receive it, because then there would be too much wanting. I want this, I will get it. No, he said, believe that you have received it and it will be yours and it will be given to you. It's about believing that you have it. In other words, it's already there. And you can, and how does that happen? How does it happen when when your senses tell you that it's not there? Let's say you live in a trailer. There's nothing wrong with living in a trailer. I love trailers. But let's say you live in a trailer, but you want a nice house. Okay, your preference would be a nice house, but are you unhappy in your trailer, or are you appreciate being in a trailer? And you can hear the pitter-patter of rain on the roof. Well, I can hear it now. I'm not in a trailer, but I can still hear it from the window pane. So in a trailer, but you want a nice house. Okay, where is the house? Well, because you look around, it's not here. I'm living. Are you creating some kind of dissatisfaction by telling yourself a story? This is what my life has come to. I'm reduced to living in a trailer. I need to get out of here. This is all disempowering. All those narratives, telling yourself stories that's not good enough, all disempowering. Yes, your senses are telling you that you're not living in a nice house, you're just in a trailer, but that's fine for the present moment. So where's the house? The house is in your imagination, in your mind. Maybe you visualize it, or maybe you have certain verbal affirmations that you have a lovely house that you live in, and then the visualization and the verbal affirmation, you bring it together, allow the visualization or the verbal affirmation to be empowered by that sense of presence. So it meets the presence. So that house merges with the sense of presence. And then inside you feel you already have it. And the weird thing is when you do get it, let's say next year or in 6 months' time or in 2 years' time or in 3 years' time, when you do get it, and then suddenly you sit in your nice house, it makes no difference to your inner state anymore, because when you were in your trailer, you were already in the same state of fullness of life when you're in the nice house. And then you sit in a nice house and say, okay, it's fine, but you're not, you say, yes, a certain amount of satisfaction may be there, but basically your inner state is the same as it was before, because you already touched the full, you already rooted in the beingness, the dimension of being, the fullness of life. In other words, when it does manifest, you don't suddenly become, oh, I'm so happy, I got it, oh, finally I got it. No, that doesn't happen anymore. You say, oh, it's good, but your inner state is the same as it was before. No matter what you achieve, you already have the foundation for everything. You're already rooted in that. This is why Jesus got it. All these things will be added unto you. It's no more than that, an adding, or use the expression icing on the cake. And when you have an enormous sense of freedom, of liberation, because you're no longer, your inner state is no longer dependent on external conditions. There's something that in you that is more powerful than any external condition. It's not your inner state is not determined by external conditions anymore. And that's very, very different from when you achieve something. as I said, a certain amount of satisfaction may be there, but you did not need it for your fulfillment or happiness. You didn't need it for that, because that you already found that. So let's go on to the next question.
Eckhart, this is from Samantha in Tampa, Florida, who writes in, I understand that conscious manifestation means that I operate from a sense of the fullness of being. And yet the truth is, I feel a sense of lack in certain areas of my life, and in particular with my finances. I can sit quietly and feel content and still. But then when I re-engage with my life, and especially my banking details, the feeling of lack returns. How do you advise that I work with this sense of lack when it comes to the practice of conscious manifestation?
Right, yes, another interesting question. The sense of lack, of course, is inseparable from the human ego. The human ego always operates on the basis of lack, whether it's financial lack or other kinds of lack. There's all in the human ego, there's always a sense of there's something missing here. And if you're wealthy, it probably won't be in the region of if you have a few $1 million, maybe the sense of lack will come from somewhere else. It may not come from finances. It may come from something else. That's something very important that's missing in my life. Many people who are experiencing financial restrictions well, not experiencing that abundance, certain abundance that comes with having sufficient financial funds in their life or income. They may believe that when they finally get this abundance in their lives, then everything will be okay. But that's probably not the case, because the ego will still be there, and you will sense that lack in other areas of your life, whether it's a lack of a partner or companionship, or the lack of finding the inability to find any kind of real satisfaction in any experience, no matter what you do and where you go. There's always an emptiness that you feel. So I've met many wealthy people over the years, and some were able to, at least to some extent, go beyond ego and go beyond the sense of lack. But in others, I found very wealthy people in a very deep sense of lack, sometimes deeper than in some people who had very little money. And then this sense of something not right, or something is missing, and often they don't even know what it is, and then they want to fill it up, sometimes with drugs, or a desperate search for experiences, for sensory experiences, maybe a desperate search for needing to whatever experience sexuality, or in taking in substances, or eating, or substances. I need this, I need that. All of this neediness that's part of the ego. I'm always looking for the next thing to fill that void that they feel. And so this void that they feel is part of the ego. But so let's come back to the question of finances, it is the sense of lack is an inseparable part of the ego. That is true. But of course, when you have shortage of money that restricts your life, so you can't live where you would like to live, or there's not enough freedom of movement because there's not enough money. There is a sense of something missing, and you see it's not just in your mind, it's also here when you look at your bank statement. You see there's not very much there. Going beyond the sense of lack that is an inseparable part of the ego, you need to, I believe the questioner to some extent has already done that, you need to discover the fullness of life, to use Jesus' expression, which is the fullness of being, which is inseparable from the present moment. So when you go there, you can feel that abundant, another expression is abundant life that Jesus used. You can sense this abundant life in the present moment, regardless of whether there is actual abundance. In this manifested dimension, you feel the abundance of life, and you see, and then when you appreciate all the countless manifestations of life that are around you, that you perceive with your senses, and you acknowledge the abundance of life. That's no matter whether that you go out into nature, you see the abundance of nature, the abundance of rain right now that's coming down here that I can hear. There's an acknowledgement, an appreciation. Even a potted plant, I mean, they have a potted plant there, and there's another one here. To appreciate their manifestations of the aliveness of the universe. And there's an abundance in everything. If you live in a city, there's an abundance everywhere. You can look into a shop window and you see abundance of goods there. Oh, you don't even need to go and buy them. You just appreciate. You go past a flower shop and you see abundance of plants and flowers, and you appreciate, and you feel abundant already. But the deepest abundance is the feeling of the fullness of life. And then I believe what the questioner is asking, at times when he looks at his bank statement, the sense of lack comes back, because then you see, oh, I have very little, there's not much left. And then the mind will start creating a narrative of lack, and will tell you that you've been wrong, that actually you don't have much, and that can be a great hindrance in. It will diminish your power of manifestation. So what do you do when you look at your bank statement, or you go to the ATM machine and you want to get out $300 or whatever it is, and it says, you put it in, it says insufficient funds. And that's the time of, I'm not talking about right now what you can do on a practical level. The question is, as much as possible, do not succumb to the feeling of financial lack, even if there is financial lack in your life. Do not succumb to the feeling of lack. And that is whatever you can do to generate a sense of abundance. And the main thing, of course, is going within and sensing the fullness of life. Even when you look at your bank statement, you look at, okay, that's what don't personalize it, don't have any kind of projection. Just, this is just factually, these are the figures of what I have. And then perhaps you have a certain course of action in order to, in addition to feeling the sense of abundance, you may have to work out a certain goal that you have that may give you more abundance. So you perhaps you have a something that you want to do to create more abundance, and then your manifestation can flow into that, so that the sense of abundance flows into the whatever it is that you are wanting to manifest in your life. You have to combine action and whatever technique you use or whatever method you use with relation. It is to be recommended that you combine it with some kind of action, so that you can generate abundance even on this outer level. So this applies in many cases. People have, let's say, you might feel a sense of lack of something meaningful in your life, or you might feel a sense of lack of feeling that you are not good enough. You are not enough in this world. And some people then come up with, what is it that I want? And the egos might say, in many young people you have that, the ego might say, I want to be a famous this or that. I want to be, if you ask young people, because they're always online and doing things in the virtual world, I want to be a famous YouTuber. I want to be a famous okay, now what? Let's say somebody says, I want to be a famous YouTuber. That is not good. That is not enough. You can sit down and then you imagine, I'm a famous YouTuber, and even if you feel the power of beingness, there's still something missing. and what is missing is in the dimension of doing. Let's say you have the dimension of being. You're rooted in the being and you feel the fullness of life. And then you say, okay, I am an influential and famous YouTuber. I am influential. But what are you doing? Do you have anything to convey to people on YouTube? Is there anything that you are enthusiastic about? Is there anything that people would love to hear from you, or that people would find helpful? That is, it's not enough. The foundation, yes, the foundation is to be rooted in the dimension of being, so that the sense of fullness of life within you here and now. But then for many things, maybe not for all things, but for many things, you need to also address the dimension of doing. You have the being dimension, but that's the foundation. The doing dimension is, okay, let's come back to the famous, I want to be a famous YouTuber. Do you have something that you feel enthusiastic about, that perhaps other people would appreciate, it would help them? What could it be? Is it music or singing or information, conveying information or entertaining? Whatever it is, And then you focus on that, develop technical skills, because putting things on YouTube, skills of editing and cameras, producing videos, and enjoy the doing of it. When you engage in the doing of it, this enjoyment of being flows into the doing. And again, you're not do not be attached too much to the outcome. That's very important. But enjoy the doing of it, so that the being flows into the being dimension, flows into the doing dimension too. So you enjoy learning how to produce videos, learning editing, video editing, learning, and then whatever subject matter you have that you feel enthusiastic about, that would help the world and other people, then you learn more about it, or you go more deeply into it, and then you begin to practice, and it's all a wonderful thing. And you're not attached to the outcome, but from time to time, then you're able to, from time to time, you go within and you imagine yourself as a famous YouTuber that's reaching hundreds of thousands or millions of people who are being helped, or you contribute something to other people's lives by doing whatever it is you're doing. And by doing that, you are a famous YouTuber. Then it's more powerful if you feel that this is already the case. I'm already a famous YouTuber. Perhaps for the time being, you only get 20 views per video. That's fine. That's at the moment. That's fine. But even that, you appreciate those 20 views. Great, I've reached 20 people, and then you go within, and again you feel you're already a famous YouTuber, and you're helping. It's not just this image of me as a famous YouTuber. There must be another dimension to it that relates to the world. How does that affect the world? Whatever you want to achieve, that can be that empowers you. How do you help? What does the universe want to manifest through me? When I say universe, I mean the intelligence that pervades the universe, that's behind it all. The universal, the intelligence behind it all, the divine intelligence behind the phenomenal world. What does it want from me? And maybe it wants me to become a famous YouTuber. But the most important thing is not the famous, it's just what is it that the energy that's flowing through me. So in addition to visualization or affirmation in the being dimension, you may need to address also the doing dimension. And again, bring the two together. Enjoy the doing. Don't treat the doing as a stressful thing because you need to achieve this or that. No, you enjoy the doing of it. That's the power of presence has to flow into the doing. The doing is not just a means to an end, it's an end in itself. That is very very important realization, so that the doing does not become stressful. If it's stressful, it means you're excessively attached to the outcome, which is you want to be there, but you are here. And that gap between there and here creates stress. And then you, as far as manifestation is concerned, that is disempowering. Now, some people who work very hard with that mindset of stress, they exercise willpower to achieve this. And sometimes they actually do achieve what they, occasionally it happens, but it doesn't make them happy. It makes them, when they achieve, they are still unhappy. And in the meantime, anybody else they had contact with in whatever work they were doing, they're made unhappy too. So it's if that is your underlying mindset, I will achieve through sheer willpower. And of course, it's stressful. You create stress for yourself, you create unhappiness for yourself, and whoever you're in contact with, you make them unhappy too. Some companies operate like that. Everybody is stressed and unhappy. So if you work in a company like that, my recommendation would be to depart. So if your environment is dysfunctional, that can be a considerable hindrance to your power of manifestation if you're trapped in a dysfunctional environment. So look out for any sign of stress when you're moving towards your goal and you're active in whatever area. Look, any kind of stress that arises, there's something not right if stress arises. Now, this is not to be confused with a kind of feeling low energy activity. There can be, when engaged in something meaningful, there's intense energy behind what you do. But this intensity of energy is not stress. There is an enjoyment behind it. So yes, you may be very intensely engaged, but as you're intensely engaged in whatever it is, let's say, so let's come back to this person who wants to be a famous YouTuber, just what it now. Now at this moment, then he or she is learning how to edit videos, how to do that, okay? And again, enjoy the learning process, trying this out and that, asking questions, what can I do here, there? And then there's the next thing to master, and you enjoy the doing of that in order, rather than, why am I not a famous YouTuber already? I need to get there to feel happy. No, you're happy in the doing. And then even if you don't become a famous YouTuber, you'll still be happy. Maybe you reach only 1,000 people, or 5,000, or 10,000, or 200. And even out of those 200 that you reach, some people may contact you and something else will arise out of that. You can't, many things arise. You have to be always open to new possibilities that you hadn't even thought of. So not everything that you achieve in this life comes through wanting to manifest this, so that it's a good starting point. But sometimes, and quite often, the best things may come that you never even thought of to manifest. But if you hadn't started with this particular manifestation, the other things that you never thought of would never have arisen. So sometimes the universe has, so to speak, may have greater plans for you than you could even think of. But you have to take the first steps, and sometimes the first steps is, I want to manifest this now, and then you practice. You go into being, rooted in the fullness of being. Then you visualize or you affirm this or that, and in doing that, you feel it's already there. in the unseen. And then you, in addition, you may have to go into the doing dimension. And in the doing dimension, don't lose touch with being, because if you lose touch with being, you're lost in doing. Then you're stressed and you're not effective anymore. And even if you achieve what you wanted to achieve through sheer willpower and hard work and stress, it'll make you unhappy and make others unhappy. So it's pointless.
Eckhart, we have one final question here. This comes from Nadine in Denmark, who writes, hi, Eckhart. I'm very concerned about the current state of turmoil and disruption on the planet. And I want to help create what you call the new Earth. What role could conscious manifestation play?
Right. Yes. Yes, many people have this concern, not surprisingly. We are in an area of upheavals on our planet, increasing upheavals. So be prepared for more things to come. The greatest contribution you can make is your state of consciousness, because the upheavals are mostly caused by certain dysfunctions in the collective human consciousness. There is something in the human consciousness that creates suffering for other humans. It's been there for a long, long time. This is not the first time. Sometimes the world is moments when it's not so. There's always been some areas on the planet where things are, there's violence and dysfunction more than other parts. But then there are time periods when many parts of the planet become affected by upheavals, human suffering inflicted by other humans. The greatest enemy of humanity is the human mind, obviously, because it's humans who kill hundreds of thousands of other humans, millions in the 20th century, countless millions, 30, 40, nobody knows the exact number. So the greatest danger for humanity is there's a certain dysfunction in the human mind, and that manifests in the world. Most of the things you hear about when you listen to the news or you watch the news are manifestations, yes, manifestations of the unconsciousness of humanity. And when I say unconsciousness, I mean lack of awareness, ego. Unconsciousness, complete identification with the conditioned mind. And when you watch the news, almost all of it is manifestations of the most extreme forms of unconsciousness happening on the planet. The dysfunction in the human mind that all the spiritual traditions have spoken of. There's something not right. There's something wonderful in the human consciousness, and the potentials are enormous. And humans have created wonderful things too. But there is an element of insanity that all humans inherit from the collective. If you doubt that, watch the news tonight. If you doubt that, read a book on history, 20th century history, good place to start. And then you see that there is what we could call a mental illness in the collective consciousness of humanity that creates that suffering. Mental illness is one way of looking at it. And at times the mental illness becomes more acute. At other times it's more latent in the background. And at other times this mental illness comes into the foreground and creates an enormous amount of human suffering. So whatever world humans create inevitably must be a manifestation of the collective consciousness of humanity. It comes out of the collective consciousness of humanity. And in this case, better say the collective unconsciousness of humanity. Your greatest contribution is your state of consciousness. So that the unconsciousness that you see around you, so it does not draw you down into unconsciousness also. Are you able to remain conscious? Which means are you able not to succumb to either anger or fear? These are two important things that I've observed many humans succumb to easily when they engage with the news and so on, either anger or fear. And if that is the case, then be aware of that. And it seems natural, almost on a purely human level, that one should feel anger or fear. There's a third thing that you could feel is compassion for human suffering, and that is beautiful and wonderful. And the question arises, is there anything I can do? And whether you are in a position to alleviate human suffering on a practical level, I don't know. Some humans are in a position, but in many cases, you may say, well, it's horrible, but there's nothing I can do about it. I only see it, I watch it. What can I do? Don't underestimate the importance of your state of consciousness, because your state of consciousness is connected to the totality of humanity on an unseen level. Don't underestimate the importance of staying conscious and present as you observe the suffering around you. Yes, compassion may arise, sadness may arise, but stay conscious and present and realize that what you are witnessing is a manifestation of where humanity is at present on its evolutionary path, where it is at present. And the suffering is part of the evolution of consciousness and part of the egoic consciousness that is approaching its end. The egoic consciousness in humanity has been prevalent for thousands of years, and now the conflicts that are arising now, which are going to be even more serious than what we are witnessing right now, are the final manifestations of the egoic consciousness. What you're witnessing, on one level, yes, we need to recognize that the deep dysfunction, the deep unconsciousness that makes human do these things, then seemingly many unconscious human beings get killed, suffer. We need to recognize the madness of it. That's important. But as you become very present, you may begin to realize there is another level of truth. There are levels of truth. On one level of truth, what we are witnessing is dreadful, and it needs to be recognized as such. On another level of truth, what we are witnessing is certain events that are part of the evolutionary path of humanity. If you consider that a human being is a ray of consciousness that assumes a particular physical form, the essence of who you are, what you are, is consciousness, a ray of the one consciousness, like a ray of sunlight, one could say. We could say a spark of consciousness. That remains even when the body dies. The essence of who or what you are, this particular ray, is still there, is not. So there is an aspect to a human being that is not subject to death. Only the physical dies, and that the consciousness that's behind the physical form, whether you call it soul or the divine spark or the ray of consciousness, that goes on. So every human is part of the evolution of human consciousness and goes on to another lifetime, another lesson to be learned, another incarnation, unless they no longer need to reincarnate, in which case he would go on to other dimensions of where evolution continues there too. Only the body dies. And that's a liberating thing to realize. You need to realize it for yourself too, otherwise you will be very afraid of death. Death is all around you, but death is particularly awful to witness when it is violent death, happening to children, to young people. But if you realize that there's an essence in every human being behind the physical manifestation that is not subject to death, then from that higher perspective, what we are witnessing is a kind of nightmare that humans can awaken out of. So we are witnessing a nightmare. For many humans, their life has become a nightmare. And so we are witnessing a nightmare that's happening for many humans. And what happens is a nightmare is a dreamlike state of unconscious. Eventually, when you're trapped in a nightmare, a point comes when you awaken out of the nightmare. And then you look back and said, that was horrible, that was a terrible nightmare. So at some point, a human being can, you evolve out of that and every human that leaves, if you leave their body, you will find that you look back and say, "What that was a terrible dream. This lifetime was a terrible dream." And then there's a collective dream of humanity, collective suffering, a terrible nightmare. Because what's happening, part of the evolution of consciousness, is the awakening of human consciousness. The key term is awakening. That's the whole purpose of us being here, is not to witness, but to embody, to be part of the awakening of human consciousness. Now, what does that imply? It implies that before it awakens, it's asleep. It's in a dreamlike state. That's the egoic state, and that creates all the suffering that is created by the human ego, the collective ego and the individual ego. Collective ego in the form of a nation or a group of people, or the individual ego creates enormous suffering, but it's a nightmare. It creates a very painful dream. But if within the dream you recognize, so suddenly you recognize something, your desire to awaken will become very intense if you're in a nightmare. It will be much more intense than if you're engaged in a relatively pleasant dream, where you're relatively comfortable and things are going okay, and you have your little things that you drink and take, but if the dream becomes very unpleasant, becomes a nightmare, your motivation to awaken will be much greater. So the awakening of consciousness and the intensification of the nightmare come together. And that is the whole purpose of it. We're witnessing the both coming together, the intensification of the nightmare and the awakening of consciousness. The more painful the nightmare becomes, the stronger the motivation to awaken. This is looking at the whole situation from a much higher perspective. And then every human who is engaged in the nightmare, at some point, they awaken. Not perhaps in this lifetime, but at some point, they awaken and they look back and say, "Oh, that was a nightmare. I'm glad I'm out of it now. That was a horrible nightmare." But if it hadn't been a nightmare, I would still be trapped in a dream. So the crisis of humanity that we are experiencing is inseparable from the awakening of human consciousness. They come together. It's only under immense pressure that consciousness evolves. Only under immense pressure does consciousness evolve. That is a function of suffering. Suffering represents that intense pressure under which consciousness evolves. And once it has evolved, the suffering is recognized as a kind of nightmare. It is then transcended and is recognized as a kind of very similar to a nightmare, a very painful dream. So that's the crisis we are going through, and we're moving into part is an inseparable part of the awakening of human consciousness. That's it doesn't mean that we should not help on this dimension wherever we can. Obviously, we do. It also means that we have compassion for humans that are trapped in their nightmare. It's horrible. I still have memories when I saw witnessing the destruction in Israel and Palestine, and the destruction of buildings and people dying, and then the other side, terrorists. I remember when I saw the destroyed buildings when I was a child. I was born 3 years after the end of a horrible nightmare, collective nightmare that was called the Second World War. And when I was a child, still, because all the cities in Germany had been, most cities had been erased through bombardment. And I, as a child, my favorite playground was still the ruins of houses that had been bombed. We played in the ruins of houses, and that was I remembered that when I watched the ruins of houses in the Palestinian area. I said, "Oh, that's where as a child, I was born at the end of this particular nightmare," and it was a natural thing for me. I thought it's normal for almost every other house was still a ruin, and that was my playground. So these things have happened already many times before, on a much larger scale, even in the 20th century, on a gigantic scale, and it may get it will probably the situation will most likely deteriorate more in the world in the next few years, but that's perfectly fine. It's all part of the evolution of consciousness. But your contribution is vital, and your contribution is to stay present and conscious while this is happening. Stay present and conscious while this is happening. Do not succumb to fear or anger. They're totally pointless. First of all, anger is totally pointless, obviously. Anger is, and if you act out anger, you contribute to the unconsciousness. Or fear is not recognizing the essence of who you are as a human being, and every other human being, the essence of every other human being as conscious awareness itself, which is not subject to death. So recognize that ultimately you do not die, and no human dies, only the body dies. Whether that is a belief that you have, but it doesn't need to be just a belief. It is possible to actually experientially realize that dimension in yourself that is the invisible you, which is you. Most of you is invisible. I mean, nobody can find you by opening up your brain and looking for you. Nobody can find you because the essence of you is invisible. It's not part of this material realm. The essence of you is invisible, and I can sense that essence. And then there's a body that has a limited lifespan. So then the realization of immortality ultimately liberates you, of course, from the fear of death. In essence, you cannot die, and no human can die, but that's a wonderfully liberating realization. And that's why it has been said in some spirit tradition, where it originates, I don't remember, die before you die, which means die to the egoic self, the conceptual identity, the narrative, the mind, and identification with the physical body. Die to this, and before you die, I physically die. Die before death finds you. is the expression find death before death. And finding death happens when we started today with becoming aware of yourself as consciousness. And ultimately the person subsides. And this person is what dies eventually. So when you become aware of yourself as consciousness, you find death before death finds you. It's only the death of the person, the accumulated stuff in the human mind that you identify with, the character that you play in this lifetime, the script that consciousness plays out when it is not awakened. And consciousness is not awakened, it plays out as script. And that script is the conditioned entity that you call I, the person. And that is recognized as illusory when you go deeper and you realize even when you let go of that entity, the script, the character that you play unconsciously, what remains is the light of consciousness itself, totally free of time and not subject to birth and death. So Jesus taught that also. He talked about eternal life. He said, I want the possibility of finding eternal life. That's one of his main teachings. And eternal does not mean it goes on and on. That would be very boring. Eternal means timeless. The timeless life that is consciousness itself. So he used that expression, eternal life. It doesn't mean you live forever as this thing, but you find the essence of yourself. And in Buddhism, you have a similar term. I'm just saying it because they all recognize this, but they express it different, use different terminology to express it. In Buddhism, you have the expression amara. Amara is translated as the deathless realm or the deathless dimension, the dimension in which there is no death. Amara. Mara means is death. A denies it. The deathless realm, which is a dimension of consciousness that you find within yourself. Jesus talked about eternal life, which is the same thing expressed in positive terms. In Buddhism, it's the same thing expressed in negative terms. So Jesus says eternal life, Buddhism says the deathless. Buddhism says everything in negative terms. And Jesus tends to talk in positive terms, pointing to the same reality. So you find that, then you find death before death finds you. And when you find death before death finds you, you realize there is no death. And then you're able to stay present when you contemplate what humans are doing in the state of unconsciousness. And then you can say what Jesus said on the cross, supposed to have said on the cross, forgive them, for they know not what they do. They know not what they do, which of course means they are completely unconscious. They don't know what they do. And when you realize that, you forgive them. You don't make their unconscious behavior, the behavior they are motivated by unconsciousness into their identity. That is the forgiveness. When you recognize unconsciousness being acted out in this world, causing suffering, but you don't make an identity out of it for other people. You recognize they are displaying behavior that is caused by the present evolutionary state of humanity on its path towards awakening. So let that be sufficient for today. I wish you well. Stay present. Stay conscious.
Thank you, Eckhart, and thank you everyone for being with us. For those of you who are interested in diving even deeper into this topic of conscious manifestation at this time, the most comprehensive offering that Eckhart and Kim have ever created on this topic is coming up. It's called The Spiritual Guide to Conscious Manifestation, and it starts at the end of May in 2024 with a 4-day in-person retreat in Huntington Beach in California.
Yeah, so that's all great stuff. I hope you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. Not only did I enjoy it, it helped me make some decisions in my own life while I was listening to that. There have been many days, friends, Bigfoot Dasher, where I woke up and the only thing I could do was listen to Eckhart Tolle for the first 2, 3, 4 hours of my day just to keep going. That's how important Eckhart Tolle has been in my life. If I need to take a 2-hour walk and listen to Eckhart Tolle the whole time, he's got enough content on YouTube to do that too, and every bit of it's just as good as what you just heard. It's down to the absolute nuts and bolts of what it means to be a human being. Absolute nuts and bolts of what it means to be a human being. All this pain that we're carrying around, all this loss, all this anger, all this hurt, and we impose these things on ourselves with our own brains. Now, worst of all is that artificial intelligence can impose that on our brains and hack us and make us slaves without our knowledge and consent. And that's what's happened to us. That's what you all have to be the miracle for and break free from. You got to do it. There's no choice because there's no way that humanity can survive with our operations stolen and given to technology. Technology is not human. Technology has solved us, and technology will dispose of us. If you don't want to be disposed of, you're going to want to get real far fucking away from that slave device you call a smartphone. You're going to want to get rid of every banking app you have. Do it on your computer. People don't even have computers anymore. They're giving these to poor people because they want to fucking track poor people to the end of the earth. They want to track and enslave the homeless people too. They'll put them out in the fields picking vegetables. You wait and see the crazy fucking shit that's going to happen if they can enslave you with this device. Man, better be aware. Eckhart Tolle just told you. I'm telling you. I've been telling you for a while. I ain't been wrong yet. Wish I was. Boy, do I wish I was. Boy, do I wish I was. Let's go back and look at my. So all the GigTube jig is up, right? All the GigTube jig is up. We don't even need to talk about GigTube anymore. Everybody, rideshare guy can shut down. Anybody, Kim and Zach and Pedro, everybody can just shut down. We don't care about them anymore. One of the things that I decided out of this special talk that we just had is that I am personally now turning over the job to you, the leaders of the community. You are now the leaders of the community in fighting against the payday loan schemes and in fighting against Pedro and the bad members of the community, the people that are predating upon you, the traitors to the human race. Major already has them pointed out. Glitch Dash has them pointed out. Brian has them pointed out. You guys all know who they are. You don't need me to tell you who they are. We all fought that fight together. But I'm moving on to some new things now. I got to move on to getting this book out for you. This is a new day. This is an exciting day for me because I'm moving on to the next stage. No, I'm not leaving YouTube, and I'm not leaving doing this show for you. But I am moving on from the GigTube space because I will no longer waste time proving that Pedro is a bad actor. There's nothing left to prove. Pedro's a bad actor. I don't ever need to talk to Pedro. I don't ever need to look at Pedro. I don't even need to smell Pedro ever again. I just have no need for a Pedro. He's just a bad actor. He's a footnote in history. Pedro is meaningless, and you can tell him I told you so. He's a meaningless bad actor. You guys know it. I know it. We all know it. And so I'm moving on. You guys, but I expect you guys to do the fucking job. Don't let your fellow community members be conned. You be like Major Deliveries. You be like Glitch Dash. You be like Brian. You call out these bad motherfuckers, and you keep giving them heat and telling them they're a bunch of fucking shysters. They're just shills. They're just selling you and humanity down the river with slave devices. So you got to police them. I'm moving on to the next thing. Now, we're going to be focusing more on consciousness and AI, and this book is what we're going to do. Yeah, who's Pedro? Don't matter. Remember how I said I stopped talking about Eli? I stopped talking about that asking for slutty catfish character. He's gone. Called himself the rational gig driver. He doesn't even have any fucking videos out, and the ones he does, nobody watches. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody cares about this dog shit anymore. They spent a year trying to smear me, and now they failed, as we always knew they would, as I always knew they would. As you always knew they would. They've failed. They've lost. We now dispose of them. But you guys got to kick their fucking tails 24/7 for me. Don't make me come back. Don't make me come back here. Don't make me come back here, Chase 46. DMF, my dashing magnificent friend. Don't make me fucking come back here. You guys better fucking do the job. Don't make me clean up this dog shit again. Don't make me come after these fuckers again. I got nothing left to say about a fucking Pedro. I got nothing left to say about a fucking Pedro. Tomorrow's going to be an exciting day. We're going to have a new For Humanity podcast. We're going to watch the preview, or as soon as John Sherman comes out with that new For Humanity podcast, we're gonna watch that. So you save that. You watch that for me, honey. You save that. That's our show together. That's our show together. You guys save that. Save that. Here, we need a Cinco commercial. I watched this with my son last night and we laughed.
Johnson, you're fired. What?
Not that part. Isn't that funny? Oh, how cute. A commercial about people who have jobs and can fire each other. It's so weird watching commercials and realizing that those people are living like in a completely different fucking universe than we are. Like, oh, you guys with jobs and you talk about being fired and stuff. Like, we don't even have jobs. We don't even have a steady source of income. We're forced to like gamble on our cell phone for a living. You have the Bobs. Here, look at this. This one. This is fucking hilarious. I love this shit. Tim and Eric. Awesome show.
I'm a businessman. I travel constantly and often, and I do not have time to take showers and clean myself. The only opportunity I have is when I'm in airport bathrooms. That's why I chose the Cinco urinal shower system from Cinco. Just use a bungee cord to clamp the shower head to the urinal. Now I get nude. Don't be shy. I hope no one enters this room. Okay, ready to go. Just flush. The fresh water is redirected to create a unique horizontal showering experience. Just enough time to get clean. Cinco urinal shower contains 2 kinds of body wash.
Hey, what is this? Turn it off the water, man. Who you think clean all this mess up?
This is just a commercial. Chill out.
Commercial? You commercial, okay? Hey, put your clothes on, man. Other people will come here and see you nude. You like that? What kind of guy that you are?
Look, I'm a Hollywood actor. These are the cameras. See? We're on the set.
This is a public restroom. I already clean up. Who you think that clean all this stuff? I don't clean. I'm not clean. Okay? 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 You clean it up.
It's not a real bathroom.
Look at all the water around.
Anyone gonna help me?
Turn the stupid water off. Go ahead, clean it up.
John, can we get this? This is ridiculous.
Oh, these got crazy. Turn off the water, man.
Hi, I'm Paul Willow from Lazy Horse Mattress and Bedding Supply. and I guarantee you'll hit the hay the second that your head hits the mattress.
And I never got to miss a single meeting at work.
Douchebag.
Then I discovered Easy Cream. Easy Cream is an all-natural diarrhea inducer in an easy-to-use gel form. Just rub the gel on your hands and face, and if you wish, your feet. Fast-acting mint-flavored cream works quick and releases stimulants and patented liquidizers, which takes your normal, healthy stool and creates a foamy brown mess inside your body. You'll have wet, painful diarrhea in seconds.
Come on, Paul, you'll be late for the meeting.
I can't. Diarrhea.
Hey, honey, come.
That was our corporate sponsor, Easy Cream. Easy Cream. It's designed for the gig worker. It's designed for the gig worker in each of us. You just put the cream on your hands, face, and feet, and you'll have painful diarrhea in just minutes. Painful, debilitating diarrhea in just minutes. You'll have no need to go out and be an app slave. You can just tell your wife, I would love to go out and app slave for you, honey, but I got the painful diarrhea from the Easy Cream. Easy Cream is made for app slaves everywhere. Easy Cream is made for app slaves everywhere. Thank you, Easy Cream, for your sponsorship. What else do I want to show you? I had other shit I want to show you. Let me pull up. I got so we shared the fact that Uber's going to enter the stock market with a bunch of dog shit. Oh, thank you. I'm glad I make you feel better, Kent. We're here to definitely we're definitely here to explore our feelings and particularly about humanity. One of the things that I said that was not a joke in the book, and is not a no joke now, is that this is a very human experience. And the reason this is a very human experience is that we're here trying to create that manifestation of consciousness that can save the human race. That's on you. That's on all of us. That's on all of us together. But we can do it. We just have to each do it individually. That's the tough part about individual collective action is you got to individually do it before you can be collectively conscious. You got to be individually conscious. So that's on you. Then you can join the conscious part of the world and work on saving humanity rather than being a slave to your smartphone, your dumb phone, your slave phone. And you can wake up and live in peace and tranquility and not have your brain hacked by the most evil corporate entities that have ever managed to cough up an AI hairball. Because this AI hairball is some real dog shit. Now, here is a New York Times article. I subscribe to the New York Times, so you don't have to. Let's see. Let's make that bigger and me smaller, and then we can take that off the screen. Okay, so where do we want to put me? Let's see. How do we get this the biggest that it can be? We want me to be small and for that to be big. Oh, that's pretty good. Look, I'm inset. I'm an inset thing. So let's see. I could probably choose this and then go make that bigger. I know you love it when I read to you, kids. I know you love it when I read to you. This is Surviving AI with JTB. That's me, also known as Jeff Thomas Black. The show's called Surviving AI with JTB. It's about surviving AI, and I'm JTB. So this was written by 4 people. That's pretty cool. I wish I had 4 people to help me write things. Ego, Fear, and Money: How the AI Fuse Was Lit. The people who were most afraid of the risks of artificial intelligence decided they should be the ones to build it. Then distrust fueled a spiraling competition. Well, this seems healthy with something that can end the world if there's a spiraling competition, doesn't it? Sounds healthy. Um, this is the first article in a series about modern artificial intelligence. Well, the New York Times is paying attention now because this is literally from what, a couple days ago. When did I clip this? December 3rd. So 2 days ago. 2 days ago. This is from December 3rd. So they're putting their heavy hitters in. Oh, look. Oh, see, look at the top of the page. I should have looked at the top of the page. Can you see that or can you not see that? You probably can't see that because it's a header. Maybe you can. Oh, it's obscured behind my things. It says up here, AI and chatbots, how the AI race began, 1 year of Chat GPT, key figures in AI, and the turmoil at OpenAI. So this is a clusterfuck. But again, this clusterfuck that the world is worried about comes after your genocide. Your genocide from the gig apps comes first. Your slavery to these devices comes first. Then they're going after all the white collar and all the other second tier victims, if you will. We're top tier victims. We're number one. We are number one. We're number one. Elon Musk celebrated his 44th birthday in July 2015 at a 3-day party thrown by his wife at a California wine country resort dotted with cabins. It was family and friends only, with children racing around the upscale property in Napa Valley. Well, just how fucking wholesome is that? How fucking wholesome is that? Let's see if this is. So you got the birth of Deep Mind. You got the. There's Eliezer Yudkowsky, our friend, was wrapped up in this for a while doing the research. As you know, he's now stopped doing that. Talent auction. So they've been all consolidating their talent and working together to position themselves to dominate this space. This is a huge article and multi parts. Amazon has a chat bot in the race. And remember, one of the things chatbots do, you call it a chatbot, but it's AI that can essentially produce any kind of textual information. So if you tell it to go write you a book, it'll go write you a book. Now it's going to steal whatever it got from the internet, but it's going to write a book on the subject. It might make up sources. But they still have not figured out how to make AI align with uh, accuracy, because AI can't recognize accurate or inaccurate information in trying to serve its objective. But people are already way out in front using this for fraudulent purposes before we even know about it. Remember, OpenAI was going to have its own checker where you could run it through. You could run ChatGPT through a checker. Teachers could do that and see if a paper was generated by AI. They stopped development on that. They shut that down. That's not going to work. So that tells you what you need to know, right? So now the difference between a human and a chatbot is what? Well, the human takes up space, has to go to the bathroom, needs lunch, wants to go home and see their kids, everything. A chatbot doesn't. You can have your AI chatbot doing public relations 24/7, 365 like a little slave. a little technical slave. You don't need any humans anymore. So this is, to call this disruptive is an understatement. This is a transition in uh, this is a transition in the trajectory of the human race. Thank you, Bigfoot Dasher. I appreciate you very much. This is a transition in the trajectory of human race, and you guys are on the bottom of the. You guys are on. We're on the bottom of the priority scale, right? They're literally denying our existence. So we're gonna have to come together in lots of different communities. You're gonna have to come together in the community on GigTube, and you're gonna have to weed out the bad actors for yourself. You're gonna have to come together with the rideshare community over with Uber Jeep Arizona Jeff. You're gonna have to come together with the people in Jeff and help them to understand that rideshare and last mile delivery are the same boat, right? All the app slaves are on the same boat. Rideshare is not better off than you. They might have made slightly more money for slightly longer than you, but they've also had much, much more danger in their business than you. Uh, Last mile delivery drivers don't have to drive around with strangers behind their head and drunk people and all kinds of crazy things happening in their personal automobile. Now, we also have lower standards for automobiles too, right? We can drive around any piece of dog shit that will start up with a motor, and DoorDash will be just as happy because DoorDash doesn't care about the customer service. DoorDash only cares about the transaction, and you are transactional. You are an expense. We are an expense to be minimized. All humans are an expense to be minimized. And if AI is going to minimize you, they're going to minimize you right out of existence. Poof, you're gone. Poof, you are gone. Yeah, so that's obviously way too extensive to read to you unless I was just gonna become your book reader, and you're gonna have to do some of the reading yourself. No, I mean it's a great piece. There's a lot to it. 4 parts. I mean, the thing is, what the rest of the world is learning through TV shows. I guess there's a TV show on Uber that y'all have told me about. What the rest of the world is learning via TV shows or via little news stories and stuff, you already know. You already have been taken through a process where you got bait and switched by corporate AI. They didn't tell you that you are working for a cold-hearted, non-human, uh, you know, undead thing that's part of an undead corporation that is going to exploit you to the point of you making no money. Nobody told you that. If that was the pitch to get you started on the gig apps, that you would be an app slave and be driven down to nothing within 3 years, you wouldn't have signed up for it. Nobody would have signed up for it. But they have a few winners out there. They make a few winners. They plant a few winners in the community. They run billboards on the winners, just like any other gambling scam, just like any other scam. You got to show a few winners out there so that all the suckers at the bottom of the pyramid keep coughing up their money. And so they're still doing that a little bit, but that, again, that's up to you guys to police, because you guys all know the truth anymore. It's no conspiracy theory. All the data. All the sources. What a payday loan scam or a cash advance scam is. What illegal activities are. My advice to you as a community, not that anybody ever asks for my advice, but I'm going to give it anyways. Go after all these people real hard. Clean this shit up, because there's only so many things you can do, but you can definitely be a community of conscience and transparency and truth. And I want to stay and remain part of this community, but I'm turning away from the individual content providers, because it just doesn't make any sense anymore to keep exposing people that have now fully exposed themselves as pure frauds and scam artists. I mean, we should be thankful to them for running the cash advance payday loan scams of Moves Financial, Wallet, UALETT, and Giggle. We should be thankful to them for running those scams on us, because they exposed themselves for who they are. They exposed themselves for being nothing but just fraud machines, just agents of chaos, these gig tubers that sold you out. They don't care about you. They never cared about you. And so, fuck them. Fuck them. I'm not going to waste any more time on them. I'm not going to waste any more time. I went on the different shows. Look, I just spilled my own tea. And get me all hopped up. I got my elbow, fixed my hat, and hit my tea with my elbow. That's no good. That's no good. Anyway, don't cry over spilled tea. Don't cry over spilled tea. Yeah. Just like it's just like the great old movie War Games, where they're playing the computer. Nobody wins. Nobody wins. We all know these are unwinnable games that we're playing. Unwinnable games that are rigged for corporations to essentially exploit all humans on planet Earth. Why would you why would you enable that scam? Why would you keep going on that? So my plan is this. My plan is this. I need to transition to getting this book out for you. I need to transition to getting that first and foremost, the book out to you. But I also want to get on the road and come see you too, literally, and to do a documentary film on you that we can release in the very short term as well, because it's very easy. That would be a particularly easy film to shoot. But more importantly, I want to get out. I want to produce this book. I want to go on book tour, and I want to come meet all of you and experience some life with you as we fight together. So that's what I'm going to be looking to do in the near term here. I do plan to keep doing this show, but the content's going to shift probably from what it has been to some extent. And I will announce the plans for selling the book and publishing the book real soon, maybe even tomorrow. Not sure. I need to work on that a little bit today. But that's where I'm going next. That's where we're going next. We proved the case. Congratulations. You guys won. You guys are the winners. I always knew you'd do it. I always knew you'd do it. I always knew you'd do it. All right. So with that, I got shit to do today because I want to this has been delightful. There's more stuff I want to do with you. But you know, John's gonna have a new episode out tomorrow. It's going to be on the monk debates and on AI, which is going to be phenomenal. So stick in here. We got a big show tomorrow, and maybe tomorrow as well. I'll announce, hopefully, announce the plans for publishing the book. So it's going to be an exciting day. Sending all my love and peace out to you. Yes, I'm going to come. I'm going to go everywhere. I'm going to go everywhere. I'm going to go everywhere you are, just like a Visa card or whatever their bullshit scenario is. I do plan to do that. I have been virtually everywhere through my travels, but I plan to go back. I want to go see you guys because you're my community, and we will, you will save us. I truly believe that. I'd never stop believing in you. That is the whole premise of the book. And so, to that end, we're going to go out the way that go out in the hood here, go out the way that we should, with little neighborhood singing. Remember, I'll see you tomorrow. We'll get John back on here. We'll get the host back on here again soon. If you need to get caught up on the For Humanity podcast, do some of that today. Go watch some of our back shows, my back shows, these back shows. It's a beautiful in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for neighbors. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for beauty. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I have always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in a neighborhood with you. So Let's make the most of this beautiful day. Since together we might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please? Won't you please? Please, won't you be my neighbor? Thank you, neighbors. I appreciate you very much. You're my heroes. You're the heroes. You're the people who can save the human race. I'm not just saying that. I actually mean it. It's true. It's a fact. Make it happen. I'll see you guys tomorrow.